Hello. Grab my booze. I think Michael's on his way down, but he is being assaulted by Adam. Heard the phrase "one more" like 7 times. Some people it's like, what was that noise? For other people, that's something the computer broke. All right, just one more, Michael.
I'm here, I guess.
No, I heard Adam say that like 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
Just one more, Michael.
One more, Michael. Like, none of this is good.
It's all just
like
Zoomer
the
humor.
First one he's laughing at, and it's just the only reason the video exists is because the guy wanted to use it. It's got nothing else behind it. It's just like a skit. I'm like, there's no passion. It's like, this will get viewed. It's the only thought in his mind.
Or it's if you have to please the algorithm and you're working on something that's going to take 2 weeks, but you have to get your something out in a week.
Yeah. I don't know.
I did that before with some videos, like when Remembrance was taking so long.
Mm-hmm.
I like stopped working on that for a few months to make something else.
Yeah, but that something else was still wrapped up around your passion at the time.
Yeah, well, I think that was the Full Metal Alchemist video.
No, that's 2 passions. Love of Full Metal Alchemist and horse.
I still have the filter. Anyways, hello, people.
I'm also here.
That's fine.
Hello.
Seems still dark. I haven't figured out how I'm doing that. Whatever. Oh,
You need to give that horse a carrot.
to fix that background. Not want to have manipulating that quickly.
I'm imagining myself going through Equestria trying to force feed horses. Point. I think that's what everyone wants.
They just want what?
They want to feed horses carrots.
Okay.
Don't you?
No, it's not like I want to feed chocobos.
No, we're been over this. Leave them alone. Stop. Stop. No smooching.
Playing Final Fantasy the other day, and chocobos are my horse. I love the chocobos.
What?
Chocobos adorable.
Oh, they just make one annoying sound.
Yeah. And horses just make one annoying sound.
Do they now?
Yeah, everything they open their mouth with.
Yes. Wow.
Chocobos are much better.
They just walk, squaw, and shit. That's all they do.
I love chocobos. They're so adorable.
Well, there's no denying that they have a cuteness factor. They're
oh, there you go.
I mean, they're big bird, but like less developed. Is Big Bird a chocobo? I think he might be.
I would say like if this is like a Planet of the Apes situation,
yes.
maybe.
He evolved. Big Bird's just an evolved chocobo. You should ride him. I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
Probably not.
Just a chocobo looking at Big Bird. Sitting on the couch drinking a beer. And, like, what happened to you?
Oh, like this. I'm trying to see if I can modify the background here. Like this is too even. This works, but I feel like maybe adding another something back here to go up a little bit more because there's nothing dark here. It's dark enough, maybe.
Have I driven the company into bankruptcy? No, the bosses are back from their trip. The one keeps leaving because he just doesn't feel like being. I think it's starting.
Ref.
Yeah.
Hasn't been fired yet?
No. He asked him to do one very important thing. But that's neither here nor now, so.
I need to figure out. There's something for doing preview resolution. This is render resolution.
Did you get so bold now? That
Oh no,
you
I think
have
this
all that
is
extra RAM.
Hmm?
Getting so bold on your resolution now that you have all that extra RAM.
What extra RAM?
No, the RAM you downloaded. Downloaded RAM. That's why your program doesn't crash anymore.
Oh no, this doesn't matter for resolution.
Yeah.
This is all resolution is going to affect is performance. But I'm intending so. I'm thinking it might help if I think that might be it. I thought there was something else. I didn't actually write down what my startup options were for Source Filmmaker, and now that I think about it, be curious. Might be able to figure it out.
Yeah, the big thing right now is Invincible. Ponies butted it. Get out of each other.
Every company is required by law to have at least one village idiot. And remember, if you can say my company doesn't have a village idiot, it's you.
It's probably you. I don't think he's getting away.
I remember if you want to add launch options directly onto a file's extension, I thought you do it in here.
Oh, in Steam? No, you do it through Steam.
No, not through. You don't need to. So all Steam is doing is adding the bits that come at the end of this file name. I was wondering if it just is adding it to the file itself. But I was pretty sure because all those extensions, all you really have to do is if you were to like call the like SFM.
You can do it through shortcuts.
No. Used to be you could just do it through something in here, but I don't remember. I wanted to see if it would show me a list on this file as to what those launch options
Create a
were.
shortcut and see if it doesn't give you a different option.
It wouldn't get, even if I could, it wouldn't give me the information I need. Because I wanted to see if I could figure out what the other SFM that I had running had for its launch options, but I can't because that was a different Steam. So, okay. I guess I won't be able to. I probably can clear out some of these crash.
But no, overall my week went pretty good. It was nice not having the bosses around. I was actually able to get more done with less stress. Because they tend to like to
actually
distract me.
I know what you're talking about for the file extensions. I already have that on. But I always turn that on because I think that's not
I know what you're executing. It's not. It's a bad file.
Yeah. Not having file extensions on feels stupid to me. It makes renaming a little harder, but it's usually still pretty good. I don't know if it will show, because it'll normally have blah, 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 .exe. But then if there's like launch options on a file, and this isn't just for SFM, this is any file, it'll just kind of be hidden in this little like sub, like post stuff on the file. If you were to like run something through the console, that's where you can add those onto the end of the .exe. And that is essentially all that that these launch options are doing. Is just adding it onto the end of the executable when it's running, or when it's going to run. But I thought, well, maybe if it's not stored here, maybe it's actually moving this to the file. But so that runs a little better though. Normally I don't run it below 1080 just because I have a 2K monitor. I'm running at 1080 right now because that's what I stream at. But I'll normally have it at 1080 because otherwise if I have it at 720, it actually at this size, the preview window won't fill the full thing on a 2K screen. Performance wise, this should help though. A little. Wasn't too much, but okay, I wanted to try to get this water with the negative light. I want to see if I was able to make that work, but I'm unsure if negative lights shined at
Are you trying to make
water.
it more brown?
No, I want to darken the ground around it.
Oh, to make it look wet? All the ground should be wet.
Yes, but as it dries, the parts that are going to stay the darkest are going to be the areas that are right by the water puddles. It does, even if everything is soaked, it's still going to be darker around where water is sitting. There's no way that all the ground, even up to this, is saturated with water, because if that was the case, it would just cave in.
Yeah, until you get the boards up.
I mean, they have roots, but still, all the water will eventually settle to the lowest point. Maybe this whole area would be kind of darker, but around the puddles, it would definitely be the darkest. This we're going to see if we can do, but I have a feeling that the water itself is going to interact with it in some way and cause problems.
I saw you put out your video today. Proper?
I did.
I haven't looked at it since.
I was going to put it out earlier this morning, and then I kind of forgot about it, and then I forgot about it a second time, and then I was like, oh, fuck it. I just, like 1 o'clock, I just said, well, no, I don't want to do it tomorrow, so, no.
See if there's any funny comments.
A few. The only real negative comment is everybody saying that I should have used Granny Smith.
No, it's funny if it's her mom, because her mom did die.
Well, from an old person perspective, I can see, sure, having it be Granny Smith would be funny, but the model sucks.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to. Did I?
I think pear butter funnier because it's more tragic.
If not, I should.
Always gonna have naysayers.
Keep forgetting about it.
You don't have to read the comments.
I've already read all the comments.
What? You're not supposed to.
Why not?
Because this is what they say. Because you'll get all sad. Because people are mean on the internet.
You do if I win a shortcut. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to show me what the ones executables are. I think it's where you can add them on. So if a file already had it, I don't think it's going to show me what was on there.
Everybody likes the G5 in the card.
Yeah.
This is funny. Angel is the evil rabbit. No. Obviously.
Okay. Now I remembered what I wanted to do for this. Because it's flat. Trying to go full intensity right now, even more than this allows, just to make it nice and easy to see boundaries. And then
reading comments on that video is entertaining and sad, disturbing at the same time.
a lot of people think I died, apparently.
Well, yeah, you did that, but just somebody being the people talking about G5 being like, hot mares couldn't save the day. Calm down, commenters. People admitting things on the internet. Who would do such a thing? Great and powerful corner. Then.
Only a few people reference the taco part.
Yeah.
This way would, I'm really tight on.
That was the most entertaining 73 seconds of my life. It's a nice one.
They have a very boring life.
They're very happy now. G5
Oh,
is...
Michael, best viewers.
Huh? You should definitely click on that. Shouldn't me, person who isn't a bot, please, not actually a bot. Respond to the things I'm saying, and then we'll know it's for real. Actually did that. Like, no, I'm here. Why is your name a bunch of red?
Works, but my concern is it's
Is everything gotta be boo? Streamboo.com. Who started this?
Green Boo.
Always derpy boo roo or something's roo or boo.
This darkens the wall.
Clearly. A lot. Just looks like a shadow.
Yeah, I was checking to see if I could like.
OG is back.
Yeah, there's a lot. Most of the comments are about like, "Hey, you're back," but like it's. I know they're trying to be nice about it, but in a way that's kind of mean because like I never actually went anywhere. You just don't care about anything other than whenever things come to YouTube.
I mean,
so
I thought you were dead.
Some days.
And I was like, yay, all this stuff is mine now. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Isn't squatters' rights?
I can see be close to it. Or is that just the water's edge?
Hooray, you're alive. There's one.
Yeah, see.
Yeah. They're happy you're alive, though. If they were like, oh, I thought he was dead. That'd be an amazing comment. I thought he was finally dead. Now he's done come back.
Earlier fandom, I swear that was more the case.
Wanted you dead?
Because you just got a lot more like anti-brony stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that anti-Brony stuff just showed how powerful the fan was, that people went out of their way, even if they didn't like Pony, to go on to Pony videos.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones clicking it in the end.
They're watching it. Good views. The general reception to that video seems quite positive.
Yeah. It's Monty Python. You really can't go wrong with it.
Yeah. Good stuff. Like the coconuts. I see the one where somebody says something about Granny Smith. I disagree. Someone says said, "Oh, Captain, my Captain," reference.
Yeah, I've read all this, Michael.
Yes, I know, but I'm sharing it with the people watching, with you sitting there. This is fun for me and something to do.
Something to do. Why doesn't that work?
Yeah, I just have to find one that's like super obscure.
I haven't checked the like-dislike ratio, but last I checked it was above 99%, which is normal. Somebody that puts out videos more every day or repeatedly, I can see them being hit or miss sometimes, but usually when you're putting out stuff pretty infrequently, it tends to be everything just tends to be banger for most people. Oh yeah, I remember I can't actually make this like, I can make it greenish, but I can't make it brown.
I'm actually just trying to find a really just straight up meat. Man, I'm having trouble.
No, I didn't see any. The meanest it had on there was like people that, you only make a video once every, like 9 months.
Yeah.
And somebody, when they finally see something, their comment is, "This would have made it better."
Mm-hmm.
Look, what kind of person are you?
I mean, somebody who probably thinks this takes like 3 weeks.
Where's the trench environment coming from?
Put it together.
Lots of models.
Yeah. He's scene building, which is like his favorite thing.
Yeah, these are all just models placed down.
Like, I'll tell you this, chat. If you watch him just placing grass for an hour, it might seem boring to you, but he's having the time of his life.
There's something nice when you start something and then you get it fully covering something.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know. There is something satisfying to that. I really wish I could go brown with that. But I have a feeling if I go like 3 on this, that's not. But by lightening it up the texture a little bit, made it so that this light blended a bit better. But I still don't think it's like, it does help blend it a bit. Wondering if
This one's kind of mean. What I love about this particular thing you've built is usually you do a lot of shit posts.
Oh yeah, I saw that one.
It's like,
Those are like, no,
wow.
instead you just made a good video using a shit post.
Yes. Oh, usually you just do a trash shit posts, but this one's pretty good.
It is a trash shit post.
Mm-hmm. The entire Monty Python movie is a shit post. Oh boy. This one just says God is back. See, you guys see that? Head just like through a 0.5 millimeter.
I don't know if this is going to really matter that much. I mean, for me it does, but for what it would take to add that to any potential water and how it would look, I just don't think it's all that much. What I would actually be wanting from this is I don't think I'm going to get, so I think I'm just not going to bother. But I think another water over here there was. I am liking the way this water looks better. Why is it? No, it has that like moving texture over it. Yeah, I don't think I want that. What's causing that?
What's happening?
This has like the moving texture over it.
Space of like clouds and
They're not.
no, they're not.
So I don't want that.
Stomach is good. I'm just glad the beer's not tearing up my throat because last time I drank beer,
Okay, this is a water C. Yeah, That's what I thought. This. It just has a texture scroll added on top of it. So we will just...
That peak. That one, lots of matzo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really like those. I bought it, but I'm not a huge fan. There's not much better.
Compared to Frozen, I think they're fine. Like you guys sometimes get the DiGiorno's or whatever.
Those can be good.
But I feel
smaller.
like they're a lot more like stuffed crust, and they definitely taste more frozen
I
pizza.
like stuffed crust.
Well, yeah, you just want more cheese.
Yes, cheese
you
is
like
good.
you're doing the millennial thing.
Who
of,
doesn't
I
like
want
cheese?
more complicated
How
food.
is cheese and bread a millennial thing?
Because it was invented during our growing up.
Cheese and bread.
No, putting cheese in the crust. That was Pizza Hut.
It's cheese and bread.
I know, but cheese.
That's a Gen X thing, if anything.
Why don't you make mozzarella sticks?
I could.
You could, but you never do.
I've
So it's not
made
like
them
you're.
before.
It's not like you're thinking like
That's it.
cheese and bread is an amazing thing because you don't do it
I'm
much.
definitely getting mozzarella sticks for the next board game. See what you've done? You've brought this upon us.
Wait, what?
Mozzarella
Why
sticks.
do you gotta say it like that?
You brought the scourge of mozzarella sticks.
For those that haven't played around with textures much, there's these kind of proxies that you can add. Super damn powerful stuff you can do. Texture scroll is nice because it just lets the texture keep going one direction. Works great for like say having a text banner that has text and it's like on a ticker that's going around. Having you can add values in here because right now it says it's using the base texture transform for its var, but you can put in like color and have it be in a sine wave so that things blink. Like the proxies are pretty useful. The only problem with the proxies is that they're not tied to the engine clock. That's why when I was like floating around in preview, it was moving, so you can't really tell it to do something at an exact time unless you just keep rendering without the camera doing much and hope that you just catch it when it does whatever it is you're wanting it to do.
I was quietly kind of hoping that bot would respond to my comments. Like it actually is just a guy who just spams that message, but then like sits and watches the
already been
videos for a
banned.
bit. I know he's gone now. Hello, Jurassic. Hello, person I'm gonna see a week from now. Actually, a little less than a week.
Socks.
Whoa, and Nolan, you're throwing socks at us. We're gonna go to the airport. Something's gonna get messed up, and then we're gonna end up like in Texas or something. It'll be great.
We're getting deported.
Yeah. Like, but it doesn't matter. Bye.
Hello there. Hello there. Let me know if you want me to pick up anything this weekend.
I think
We'll see because we're coming
I
in
don't know,
late Thursday.
we're coming in like right around supper time, so people won't eat.
I don't know what time Knightley was getting in, but I'm gonna guess since we're coming in later that he's gonna be earlier.
Didn't you say Jay was showing up the day before? He's like showing up on Wednesday, but Jay
Oh yeah, I guess he
likes to
can
party.
he can pick up some stuff ahead of time and then we back.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know what to pick up yet. Like I kind of envy Jay. Like an extra day just so that he could be there before anyone else. Are you picking up Jay? Is Jay staying with us? I have no idea. Jay's doing his own.
I don't think so. Yeah.
That's
No, like the BabsCon. The last time we went to BabsCon was when they were doing the 4-day thing, but it wasn't really 4-day because opening ceremonies was at 6 p.m. So it was a weird thing where we showed up the day early, but then we just spent the whole day like going about the city.
Yeah,
and then
which is fun.
And then we came back for like potentially opening, but I never really go to Brony Church anyway. He's at my house for the night. Right now?
I think Wednesday night he's staying at.
I know, but he's like, he's at my house for the night.
I'm surprised that I didn't think you guys talked that much, but I don't know. I guess everyone's friends.
Knowing people's handy.
Yeah.
Wed? You're getting wedding? Oh my god, you get married.
Mo's gonna be so upset.
Or happy, who knows?
I hope not.
No, no
Man,
smooching.
Yeah, you're trying to do shorthand and it's
smooching.
screwing you over.
You know, that's one thing he still needs to do is make a smooching mode.
Me
Still
or
saying it.
Jay?
You. Or use the one I made for
I'm pretty
you.
sure Jay's made some smooching emotes.
Why don't you cave into the demands of the populace?
Nah.
You can even just use like the clip from the Twidash where she does a little bunny hop and then smooch. You do it across
Yeah,
the
so I did a
screen.
smooch. So why do you want more?
No, you gotta
smooch?
make that into an emoji. Whatever.
Emoji. Why'd
The
you say it like that?
because I didn't want to say emote because that sounded too kid. I don't know. Do what I say. Don't question me, young man. Who's a few months older.
Yeah, there is the respect your elders thing.
Mm-hmm. No, you're just gonna go beat up kids again, Jurassic. I know your game.
He does like beating up
He
kids.
does. Just imagine it's like the guy from the Drew Carey show on Napoleon Dynamite. He's out of your you dread. What's that?
I go for
Missing
now
cookie.
for second work.
Oh,
Oh, we'll figure that
That's
out.
one of the children he wants to beat up. I think I remember in the Second World War, this is pretty much what the trenches on the Allied side looked like. And then on the German side, it was like all concrete fortifications.
Well, it's us invading their territory, so they're going to have the time to put good fortifications up. We're just going to make what we can
Dig a
quick.
hole, fill the
You
hole.
basically, once you gain a forward line, more than likely, and if you're losing your portion of a line, somebody's pushing you back, you're more than likely going to try to destroy whatever fortifications you had set up.
Yeah, I think the movie I watched relatively recently, since odd statement for me these days. That movie 1914, I think it was. Was that the year?
1914 was the movie that was, I think,
All one shot.
it wasn't actually all one shot, but it was pretty close to.
Yeah.
It was made to look like it was all in one shot, but there was cuts. And there was very long scenes. But yeah, it was made to be like you're watching the whole thing happening.
Which had to be a film, because if you mess up, you got to start over.
For the long scenes, yeah. But overall, they didn't have like every scene going that long. They probably had 20 or 30-minute scenes. But that's why there was one mistake, like the guy running up from the trenches like fell over, tripped on something, and he just laid down. He didn't try to get over it, he just stayed down. Like there's small little errors you can find in certain things that were done. But I think that impressed me the most about that movie is just when he gets out of the trenches and runs. That scene is crazy on how much stuff is going on, and being all done in that long shot leading up to it. It's just, all the timing, all the logistics. You can't just like scream out timings for stuff because like you might go over other audio. Yeah, it's just nuts.
Yeah, they probably did a few practice runs before they filmed.
Yeah.
But,
There's probably information out there of like how many reshoots they did for certain things, but the fact it's kind of all done as a single shot is just an interesting storytelling method, and I think that is very cool.
It's up there for favorite war films. My favorite war film probably is still Enemy at the Gate, but it's up there.
I just like people that make a creative new way of doing something that is stale and old, like Hardcore Henry.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, not a great movie,
No.
but amazing for just this taking an interesting new concept and then making it work.
Yeah.
And actually making it work. It was a good movie for what they were trying to make it overall. I mean, it's not Oscar worthy, but I thought it was fun. And Hardcore Henry it's a movie shot completely in first person.
I did watch it twice, so I must have enjoyed something about it.
It's pretty interesting. It makes it feel more like you're watching like a really long game cutscene.
Yeah, all from the first person, from a silent protagonist. Which is pretty much the standard for first-person shooters back then.
Back then, the movie's not that old.
It's kind of old. I think it's at least a decade or more old.
Michael, a decade's 2015.
Yeah.
That's not that old.
Hardcore Henry. Let's see. I'll find out. I'm pretty sure it's about that.
But I wouldn't call 2015 old.
Well, that's because you're old.
Michael, Remembrance came out in 2015.
Yeah, it came out in 2015.
Yeah, so it's not 10 years old yet.
That's been 10 years.
What day did it release?
We got to get down to the April 8th.
So it's by 3 days.
By 3 days, I win.
No, it depends. There was 2 leap years, maybe 3. So depending on how you identify a year.
The movie is 10 years old, man. We're degrading. Back then, I only had 2 pony plushies and a cat. I know this from a picture.
Now, how many pony plushies do you have?
A sad, depressing amount of plushies. Just more than I can handle. And I'm considering putting up the hammock to suspend them above my head. In an attempt to never, ever, ever have a girlfriend. Not that that's
well, the nice thing is,
likely.
If that happens, if you need to go and hide the ponies, which you can never do because of how much shit you try to give me for some imaginary hiding of stuff. Meaning, if you were to go and do that,
you do hide ponies.
All you'd have to do is just like wrap up the hammock.
Like, there's girls who like ponies, but there's not a lot of girls who like guys who like ponies. What's up with that? Like, I like ponies. Me too. Ooh, weird. Like, what's up with that? Crazy.
Well, if a lady were to say, "I like putting on makeup and wearing dresses,"
yeah. I mean, if that's what she's into, so.
but yeah, would she suddenly find it weird if you said "me too"?
I don't think that's quite the same. But like the Drew Carey show, his brother was a drag queen, and he got married. So
a scripted TV show.
Yes, it worked out there on the magics of television. I just need that scripted TV show life.
Yes, you need to go live in Cleveland.
Cleveland rocks.
Camera goes up, you can see this area, so I want to add some kind of boards here to at least still imply that there is French built here.
Michael could be on Hot in Cleveland. Oh yeah, never seen it, but I believe it.
Isn't that the one, like some cougar, like older lady and something? I can't remember that show, but I remember something about the one actor for it.
All I need to know about this lady is, does she like ponies? And if the answer is yes, then we can. And she can buy me things. Spoil me rotten.
So are you looking for Devil Wears Prada?
I mean, Meryl Streep's pretty awesome in that. I think that's her best role in any film.
You already got a thing for Meryl Streep.
When that Meryl Streep, Everything Everywhere All at Once, he played the
IRS person,
yeah.
which I would not have guessed.
No.
But yeah, I think it was.
She's wearing a lot of like, I think she's like,
Chub clothes
Yeah.
and stuff,
she's
yeah.
really dressed down.
But she yeah.
Excellent.
Though I feel like there's plenty of people out there that could probably fulfill the same role that you don't need to get somebody in a fat suit for. But it could have been that she knows the directors or something too. Who knows?
I mean, she did excellent at the role, so I'm not gonna
Yeah.
give
No.
her.
She did excellent. I think she won. Did she win? No, I don't think she won, but she was nominated for an Oscar or something
For that role.
Yeah,
It's possible. She's great.
she was there when they won all the awards because did they dominate one of the
They did really,
Oscars or something?
They did really well. That movie is good. My mom
Oh, I
didn't
love
like
it.
it. My mom
It's-
hated it, but
Really?
I loved it. It was had some crude humor, so
And it's kind of, I wouldn't even call it confusing, but it felt to me like almost like a low budget movie, but with high budget writing and actors,
yeah.
even though it wasn't. But like hearing about how they did some
Mm.
of the
Meryl
visual
Streep
effects,
had to
like
be pretty
there's like a bit where they have like a bunch of speeding things like through they were like in a wormhole tunnel thing, and like things going by, and they said it was just during COVID. Anytime this one guy like went out going on the street to do stuff, he just took his camera and recorded himself walking. And then when they were doing the movie, they're like, hey, we have that video you made of it just walking, let's use that. There's just some
Yeah.
really neat stuff like that. Thank you very much, Stanley Stallion 2, for the follow. I saw you joined the Discord. Thank you very much.
wonderful.
More
More friends.
We're working on a Ministry Mayor video from Fallout Equestria. I started this video 2018
Mm-hmm.
or something, and I decided to finally start putting it to an end. Hi, thanks for the welcome, Nat. Yeah. Yep. Hello. We're working on making scenes from Fallout Equestria. Oh, those boards look a little weird with the lighting as it is. I can fix that.
I like this video, but between this video and your other Fallout video that you didn't finish,
The other one would have been a lot harder.
but it's got singing horses. I like singing.
Okay, so these boards are
6 minutes.
having difficulty with the lighting because I'm using lights that are like straight up and down on both. Why have those work? Oh, because I twisted them a little bit. Oh, these are twisted the wrong way. This one.
Back to reading some comments. I like this one. G5 died for nothing. Fun.
Yeah, that's good. Gotta spin these.
Some people like realizing, wait, that's Applejack's mom.
A lot of people didn't realize who that was.
Yeah.
It's kind of hidden back there, and maybe they don't care about her.
Yeah. She only really appeared in like 2 episodes, maybe 3. Only one really focused on.
On out.
I thought it was Family Guy until I saw Spike.
Yeah, I don't.
So you read that one. You really do read them all.
Well, this came out today. I haven't read all the comments on my YouTube for a while, though, so these ones I've kept up on, but there's a bunch I'm a little bit behind on.
Where the F have you been? I left the fandom almost a year ago. LOL.
Yeah, thanks for letting us know.
Yeah. I left because you left. Where have you been?
I love the people
The
that
children.
in a way, and probably maybe not in that situation, but that hand wave themselves leaving the fandom. Like, hey guys, look over here, man, I'm leaving the fandom. All right, I'm doing it. Okay.
I think
Usually if somebody says that, it's because something very specific happened. And by yelling and screaming that, it's just, you're getting people to ask like, what happened? No. And then they'll like, so they can spill their guts. That's all they're doing.
Saber Spark did a video.
Yeah, that's a very old video.
Yes. I'm leaving the fandom. Of course, then he deleted that video or put it on hidden.
Yeah, he's got his other stuff.
He still goes to con. Oh.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he gets paid to a degree to go.
Well, he also was just, I watched one of his videos recently, and some brony animator had their videos, their channel taken down, and he was trying to fight to get. So he's still part of the fandom. It's just not part of his channel anymore. He still like attends cons and is friends with brony.
Yeah. No, he just wiped off some of the old stuff to make it easier to focus on the new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Put that there. Kind of wanted it on the edge, but this is a very flat, large model, and I don't think it's going to work there. Totally get away with like. Let's go to one like here, and that's already starting to run into clip issues. Normally I don't care about clip issues, but it's just, this has a nice soft edge to blend itself with its background right there. But if you do that, it removes that soft edge. But I guess this is going to probably be under depth of field territory, so I don't know if it's going to matter that much.
Oh, this comment
Yeah,
you liked. Did you like any comments?
I usually will do a couple, but I don't go overboard.
I love this. My favorite animator. Oh.
You know, gotta like that one.
Yeah. That's all right. Smooch. Let's go on all your videos and just leave a comment. Could use more smooching. Even Y-Dash, I'm just going to be on there. More smooching. I mean, pretty much all of Apple Dash is smooching, and I'm just going to, like, could use more smooching.
That sounds like you with horses.
Yeah.
Never satisfied.
Never satisfied. Rug. Enough. Ooh.
I'm trying to decide too, do I want to split this into two different scenes or make it double long? I don't have the song here to determine the length of the
I mean, you're wanting to do a lot in this scene, from my understanding. You have a battle raging, and then you have a bomb going off. I mean, a heal bomb, but a bomb all the same. You have Fluttershy with her army of Vegasai.
But that's
unicorns.
I'm not playing out the scene, I'm putting them in the scene.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like say, okay, this is what happened at the beginning, and then this. I'm just portraying the scene when it was happening, but I'm not gonna like do everything that they were doing in the books from beginning to end.
Still a lot going on in the scene.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean like, but there's a big whatever explosion. I gotta remember to have Rainbow Dash punch Fluttershy. That happens, right?
No. They do smooch though.
She's like, no. Wait, when she says Fluttershy, what have you done?
What have you done? Then smooch. I'm pretty sure that happened in the book.
Michael, if you were the director of the show, it would have been so canceled.
Or it would have been amazing.
Like in the intro, it would have been like my little, and then they're smooching.
My
like,
little smooching.
No, like it would have stopped. Like the singer was too busy smooching, so they couldn't even finish the song.
It stopped to punch Spike at some point because he tries to like make a move on Rarity or something. So they just bury him
on episode 1.
They bury him alive. So,
I mean, I'm okay with
that's
that.
what he gets.
Well, I know one person that might not enjoy that.
He did make a move on Rarity in episode 1.
Actually, I haven't checked that. Were any of those comments from Tom Spiegel?
There was a Spike, though you didn't abuse him, so
I don't remember seeing his icon because I don't think
No.
he's changed it in forever.
he'll find it once it hits the top 10.
Oh, I just read one here. Empty coconut shells to make a horsey noise for an actual horse. Bloody genius. I will take credit for coming up with that idea.
Well, they didn't have actual horses in Monty Python.
And some people think that it looks a lot smoother. I think that most of that comes from because there's dirt on all the models. You can see a lot more small movement because of the weighted limbs. Instead of seeing a limb go up, you can see all the different stretching a little bit more. And I think it just makes things look way more
You
detailed.
were really pushing this program to the point where it was crashing every 10 minutes.
Until I did the RAM thing.
Yeah, now that you've done that, but you have pushed this program to its limit and then pushed a little bit past that.
Always.
It's quite impressive.
And I hate that because I do that every time and it's really fucking annoying. What did I do for apple snack?
What did you do? You haven't
I
done
think I
anything for it
used.
yet.
Did I just use Big Mac?
Oh yeah, in that one scene. They would have a similar build, but they do say Apple Snack's a little smaller than Big Mac.
No, I don't think I used him.
Apple Snack was kind of described as being similar to Big Mac, just a slightly smaller build. Because Big Mac's Big Mac. It's like as beef as a pony.
I've opened part 1. Oh no, it's just called. I can see what I did before.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's like caramel.
That's
Blackjack's hair.
yeah, it's Blackjack's hair mainly because it's the only hair that's going to look like hair that's flat from being wet. That's not really needed.
Is that just straight up an Apple Snack model?
No.
Just for fun. He's basically Applejack's second cousin. And they're just making weird babies.
It is
together.
Dr. Hooves.
Is okay.
Dr. Hooves with black. I think the tail is probably correct. Yeah, tail is the same, hair is different, and then it's just like that cutie mark was easy.
Yeah.
I don't think I think they said something about what his cutie mark was. Just some sliced apples.
He's a member of the Apple family. He literally meets Applejack at a family reunion,
Yeah,
and they start dating.
yeah, it makes sense.
Like, and they just kind of glaze over that fact. Like, he's closely related. He is like the great nephew of her uncle, the one who wears the lederhosen. I can't remember his name, but he appears in the show several times. So that's like his his grandson. But it means he's like Applejack's second cousin. Once removed. But it's still family. It's still the extended family, Applejack. You can't be meeting your future husband at family reunions.
If you think about it, it all goes back to Adam and Eve. Aren't we all cousins?
I think
Humanity was perfect, but the first couple were all inbred.
Yes.
So
like, it's Granny Smith's brother, who is Yeah, so like he has grandkid, and that's just his grandkid. So I feel like that's not enough separation.
Okay, so I was using the enhanced one. There's the revamped, but it's not going to really matter. It does have like better texture, everything. It's just, it is a little less bulky.
Well, they said Apple's neck was kind of bulky. Not Big Mac bulky, but he was. I think Doctor Who's is fine for like for Apple's neck.
Dead Stallion.
Yeah, you did it. That's all it was. Him in the trench, on his side.
I should have kept it open. I don't remember. Well, I don't know if it matters what his eye color is. I bet you he'll have a closed eyes anyway.
He was looking.
No, he went black when the spell went off.
Like, as he was fading, yeah. He was like on the verge of death. And then he's like, the hell? Not only am I healed, I feel amazing. But Big Macintosh absolutely would be standing.
Well, Big Mac was there?
Yeah, he was standing over him. Because he saw him. He knew him.
Yeah, his family.
Well, yeah.
In two ways.
He hadn't met Applejack at that point yet.
Yeah, no, you said he was family.
Well, yes, he is. He is basically his second cousin once removed.
Beavers were trying to double remove.
He knew Apple Snack, and Big Mac came across him on the battlefield and was like, he was a charge under Big Macintosh because Big Macintosh was basically a sergeant. And he was just a private.
So the one problem with using this specific model is that means I have to go modify the Apple Snack one because I can't redirect. I can't just use the same texture. I can load them both up and get it taken care of pretty quick, but still.
Nah, I remember in the book, Apple Snack looks up at Big Mac and asks permission to rest Sarge. He's looking at him.
What if he says no?
Yeah, get back up. I don't care that
You put those organs back in there.
Fix your spine that's clearly been severed and put your organs back and get back in the fight, soldier. Like, he was proper effed up. The fact that he was still conscious was almost cruel.
At that point, you're probably in shock and don't feel anything.
I mean, you know, Big Mac looked at them and he's like, this guy has seconds left. I'll stay here with him.
What are you complaining about? Not what I typed.
Who's?
Oh, okay, got me there. He's just being slow. So this one, I need to export the body. Already did. I need to get what I use for a cutie mark from the other one. Be under VNMLP. Probably in the Doctor Who's folder. It is not.
You would have it as a body. Or I guess you're just looking for the apples themselves. Which
No,
Doctor
it's
Who's are you
I
in?
would have saved it in here, but it's I don't have anything in here. Those enhanced ones might have went in a different folder. Sometimes people make certain models and they don't group them with other things. Feels there an MLP folder?
Do you want another drink?
Is there?
Whiskey Coke?
Yeah, probably. You can just probably use that ice again. Doesn't. I have a bunch of Cokes down here. They're all cold. Senor Who's. Where's this located at? That doesn't help me. Go and ride. Actually, it was close. It's in materials models, MLP. There we go. No. One, two. I get to match players, but close as I can. If I do it just by doing a like override, like fill whatever, it will make the lips be the wrong color. Sometimes there's a little bit of finicky. I think it needs to go a little bit more directions. That's a little close. Doesn't have to be perfect, but I want to get it as close as I can. Looks like that's going to be that. As close as it's going to be on brightness. I think it needs a little bit more blue. Oh. About. Okay, that's close enough. Still a little bit of a line, but not too bad. This point. That's 2, 8. That's perfect. Should have put it right where I wanted it. All right. Have a body. And if I ever want to upgrade the other one, I can. That's it. I'm craving an apple.
I like apples. Lewd? Oh no. I want that apple.
Well, give me that apple.
Delicious, juicy apple.
Okay, that's too much.
But they are juicy.
Derpy hooves.
Doing with Derpy.
Not doing anything. You want me to do something to Derpy? Because you know how this usually goes.
Oh, she's gonna be on the battlefield smooching.
Against people with gun?
No, they're just actually. I guess they did have guns. We got them shortly before the war started. Wow, the Minnesota Star Tribune just did an entire bit called My Little Monsters and the Monsters of the Ponies of Equestria. April 3rd, 2025.
I think the fellow FCT. Which whiskey did you use?
Crown Royal.
Oh, okay.
There wasn't a lot left of it in there, so I finished. Well, there was enough for this drink, so I may have gone a little heavy on it.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a little heavy. I was leaving the bottle there because it was pretty.
The bottle's still there.
Oh, no, it's empty.
Drink it. What it's for.
But it's pretty. It's just not apple.
I'll get you another one.
Now we can just do our override.
Well, the one that's empty. The square bottle, and I didn't know what the others were, so.
No, there's one up there that just says Windsor Apple.
Yeah.
It's just the bottle. I don't think you can miss that one. It's like saying you saw Jim Beam there and you're asking which one's the whiskey.
Well, I know one of them's brandy. If I gave you brandy, you'd
No,
have
like
trouble.
it's in the original purchasable bottle.
Oh, yes.
It says Windsor Apple.
Well, I gave you Crown Royal. I'm a monster.
Oh, I overrode the wrong one. This is when I loaded to do the other check. But in a completely change of topic. And now for something completely different.
Wait. This is in Minnesota.
Star Tribune is Minnesota paper, yeah.
Yeah, it was April 3rd, so it's already over. But apparently, Reverend Matt is joined by the incomparable Heather Myers for a journey into a land of manticores, dragons, griffins, and many more monsters. Equestria, the setting for My Little Pony, learn some deep ancient legend, creature lore, and somewhat less ancient My Little Pony facts. Is friendship really magic? Is friendship... Come and find out. Linktree tickets are $12 in advance, $14 at the door.
So, Michael, you missed out on horse.
Yeah, what was this? Like, it was in the Star Tribune for a My Little Pony event in Minnesota at the Bryant Lake Bowling Theater? Bowl Theater. Where was this? If this was like right down the road, I'm going to be so pissed. It's 19 minutes from here. Like, this is where it was. A My Little Pony event.
That's South Minneapolis. Why were you not looking up such things?
How was I supposed to know? It was on a Thursday, though. Who ran this? What, like, closet bronies are in this area that I am unaware of? It was a We got some bronies around here. This is who keeps taking the freaking, like, ponies from the thrift stores and beating me to it. Know it.
Well, who's running the, like, is it an official event? Like, what is?
I don't know. It was in the Star Tribune. It was like Reverend Matt is joined by the incomparable Heather Meyer. I don't know who any of those people are, but apparently there are bronies who live near here and are having events with tickets. Ticketed events. Full restaurant and bar service. So that was very much for adults. It was called the My Little Monsters, the Monsters and Ponies of Equestria event. It was on April 3rd. It's over now. Sad.
Yeah, I know when the past is.
Yes.
But
I'm
what?
like, who did this?
What is their number? I wish to call them and ask them out.
Yes. Like, I feel there's a pony event in this area, and I don't know about it. It's not being properly advertised.
Whose hair was I using for apple snack?
Looked like it was a solid color.
Yeah.
You might have just tinted color.
No. That is such a random day.
Yeah, it was like on a Thursday, and it said the hours were 7 to 8, but it was $14 to get in. But it said there was a bar and drinks and stuff. It was a My Little Pony meetup event.
In the Star Tribune.
Yeah, in the Star Tribune.
It's probably easy to get ad space in there now. Like
19 minutes from here. I'm angry. I mean, I at least want to like check it out to see like maybe there's some cool people to meet. I gotta find this Heather Meyer girl. Throwing My Little Pony events right under my nose.
I don't know if I know the name. It looks like the hair texture is just the same one using the hair, which has a bump map, but that might probably why I was doing it. I needed a bump map on the watery part because we wanted to show the hair kind of like with water going down it. Oh, Clatter. Thank you for the resub. 14 months too. It's got that double sub.
And see, there are secret bronies all around us.
There's just different, more like people that have been joining the fandom that probably don't even know about local groups. I mean, we used to have a pretty large group, but and I know they're still doing things. It's just not as much.
Very diminished. Chris is the only person I still.
It's open. Broken. If things don't act what you think they should, restart. Let's start online ministry that combines the base theologies of machine life and the magic of friendship. Okay, I didn't know about it either, and I know everything. You know everything. A lot of things.
They advertised it in Meet Minnesota, Minnesota Monthly, and the Star Tribune. Instagram, they had something. That means he has an Instagram.
Yeah, elsewhere.
Look, they even had like their own little page and stuff.
Michael does cool art.
Yeah, they got cool horses.
Is that like a? Do they do that more than once? They have another event coming.
I'm trying to figure out.
It's like I hear the call of my people.
$12 in advance, $14 at the door. The fact that it was a ticketed event is what shocks me.
Why?
Because I didn't hear about it.
So you don't read the newspaper.
They advertised it in a lot of places. Facebook, on...
Yeah, but you'd only use Facebook for stupid stuff.
Okay, here's this guy's Facebook page. They got it.
Now you're just stalking.
Twin City Geeks advertised it. And this guy's just down here like, try and stop me.
From going?
I don't know.
Michael, you must send him horse exclamation point followed by slash parentheses. Remember that
Yes.
whole thing?
Hoof.
Gotta do the hoof.
I like how dead Apple's neck is. His head buried in the dirt. He's extra dead.
Pre-buried.
Yep. Let's work.
It was a little difficult trying to figure out what to do with like a second leg like this because you can't just have it like be up. That's a little weird. So I gotta... And I don't want to have like both laying down. I also don't want them like man spreading.
That's fun.
You want him to man spread?
It's, I mean, no.
Should get his whole back figured out too, though.
It looks like this is a group of people who likes monsters in science fiction, and My Little Pony was just the theme of that particular event.
And as you've seen, doing such opens up a can of worms when you're like, oh, this would be an interesting theme, and then suddenly you got drooling bronies at the door.
Yeah. They just have to delete all evidence that it ever happened.
Exactly.
Well, I'm kind of sad I couldn't drool on them.
It's okay. You have an opportunity next week.
Yay. It's just a group called Twin City Geek. There's a lot of them.
You're a geek.
Yeah, but a very niche geek.
Niche geek?
Mm-hmm.
And how are you a niche geek?
I'm only really geeky about one thing. I like other things, but I'm only geek one of them.
You know a lot about some things, Michael.
I know a lot. I drink and know things, yeah. I watched a lot of TV in the 90s and early 2000s.
And you also have tossed all information out of your brain that is not specifically about those things.
Yeah, I mean, my brain's collapsing. It's got to escape somehow.
Yeah, you can't remember shit except for the weird crap that, like, why do you know this, Michael? Why do you know all the words to the theme song that was from the 3rd season of Gilligan's Island or something?
Just sit right back and hear the tale of faithful trip that started from this trusted port aboard this tiny ship. Skipper was a mighty sailor, man. It's fun.
See? I bring up a negative point about Michael, and then he just leans into it, and he's like, oh yeah, hell yeah.
Come on. You watched a lot of Gilligan's Island, too.
Well, for one, you're going way too fast.
Way too fast for what?
The song was not that fast.
You're right. You're right.
You're just trying to show off and, like, say it as fast as you can.
See, now he's like, now hold on as I unleash my Gilligan's Island Solid. Poor people. I'm a little disappointed that they're just a group of people who really like monster stuff, and ponies was just the thing in the moment.
Oh. Did Big Mac wear any armor? Did any of them wear any armor?
They would be wearing combat armor.
What does that mean?
You know the combat armor in Fallout? Like the really standard military issue combat armor?
No.
Like if you
This one.
I mean the stable barding
This was
is a bit of a far cry. It's not it.
This stuff?
No, that's still just stable wear.
Well then,
It's not stable stuff.
which you're talking about something that already exists, you're saying?
Let me see if I can find it. It definitely would be in a Fallout pack.
I don't need a Fallout pack. I need MLP. I need horse.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't fit on a horse.
I'm looking. Somebody probably made it at some point. So I type in MLP armor and it's all power armor, but power armor didn't exist yet.
Yeah. There is some military guard type things that might work, but I can guarantee you none of them fit on Big Mac.
There's a proper one in Art Station, but that's not necessarily source. That would have to be ported.
Big Mac's going to be the problem. He's a non-standard body.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. That source. 3D. Don't know where it's from. Overmare Studio made some.
Overmare released some things to SFM, but that was a long time ago.
No, they made it.
Yeah, that's kind of their thing. Probably gonna have him. Yeah, I forgot. Their legs don't really work that way. He's gonna come up. Probably I'm gonna have to have him move a little bit later because I can't just have him stand there the whole time. I have to double check too if he reacts at all to the spell. I don't think so. Yeah, like this one, when you bend it, you have to go back this way, but then you kind of have to shove it back here. Not that great.
I don't know if they have it for download though. Clearly made some decent combat armor.
Yeah, I'd love early on when they were trying to advertise the game and show progress. There was the one day that they were saying like, oh, here's some previews, and they showed a model of a shovel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shovel's not that impressive.
Yeah, it's like, look, we made a shovel. That's the first thing you put out in a month, and
Yeah,
your
shovel.
update. No, like if all your updates are that, it means you're not getting anywhere.
Yeah.
You always want to build hype, and showing a shovel doesn't build hype. It's not like people are gonna be like, ooh, Fallout Crusher is gonna have shovels. Oh, I just realized that Big Mac should probably not be smiling like this.
I mean, that's the kind of armor they would have been wearing in this fight, but
Yeah, that doesn't exist. Wait, is that what you found?
no,
Oh, okay.
that's just a good illustration.
If I took the security
That's from
barding,
Ashes.
if I took a security barding, there is a war helmet that looks very close to that.
Yeah, and then just recolored it.
There is some armor. I just don't know how to search for it. I was hoping I'd find it through MLP, but no, that looks like they're doing some like safe word stuff.
Yes.
Monster Hunter. That's the FOE props. Those are just some basic armor.
Mm.
That's Dota.
That was some pretty decent.
It's only in the legs. The top
Yeah.
is not really armor. It's just
Not armor.
black stuff. Splatoon. There we go.
Stick up worse than that.
Yeah, this is like knight armor.
The knight armor might work.
Definitely, it's a little bit lewd.
I think that's just for mares. That guy, it's Half-Life.
Yeah. I'm not seeing the armor that I'm thinking of, but I know that there's other, like, do they have on her helmet maybe? If I can find the helmet, I might be able to find the search keys I'm looking for.
This was the armor I saw from Overmare.
Okay, so that's the security helmet. That's Overmare too.
But
Yeah, that was never released.
yeah,
But that looks more like Raider armor.
a little bit. There's also this one. It would need to be ported.
Oh, they released it?
It's I think this isn't Overmare. This is Fox Mayhem Studios. Oh, and it's based on that drawing.
Oh.
That looks promising if there's a download link.
Most likely if there was a model already, it would have already been downloaded and put on here.
It's really well done. No, that is Overmare.
Why would you use FK instead of IK? Because IK models are crap. A lot of the horse ones, like a lot of IK model stuff works well when all the bones are even distance from each other, but horse legs on here are very close on these two bones. If I were to use an IK, it would have forced me to only bend these by the distance that they're allowed to be apart, which means that these legs, the most that I could get a leg to go down between these two would be that distance, that very short distance. So basically it's from here to here. That is the most that I can extend and contract a leg. Not enough for what horses would need to do, at least in terms of a lot of these. They're just too chunky of legs. So the only way to really get that to work is you have to start jamming these up and playing around with that more. Like these Big Mac's legs are not well done to where if, like, say you did an IK, it'd essentially be this and then this. Does that look good? No. That's all it would do. It would not change position. Actually, it wouldn't even let you change position. The only way to make that work is for me to then pull this out and to put it in a better position. And then by stretching it and basically making it look like it's correct. Some models are just not done well. And even when they are done well, the IK just really restricts back leg movement because, well, the front leg between here and here is a fairly decent distance. this isn't. So if you were to compress a horse model, the back legs would start splitting wide and kind of going like full eagle and like 180ing well before the front legs would even be fully compressed. And even once the front legs are compressed, they usually would only go down to about here. And if you push any further, then they start going split eagle too, instead of where you probably should have it be better adjust. You'd have to do all the adjustments to the body. I just found it easier instead of fighting it on that is to just not use the IK rigs. For one, I don't think Big Mac has an IK rig. The mare models I think do, but I was always fighting it. It's one thing if you can use the rig and then clean it up, but not really. There's like what's the one that's I have a good example of an instance that is really annoying and is caused by using the rigs. I
think this armor is downloadable, but I would have to port it in FBX form.
You still have stuff to port.
Yeah, I have the time this weekend. That won't take very.
You always say that.
It won't. I looked into it. Look at that on here. It's pretty decent.
No, that's pretty much what I would need. And there would be a lot of people using it. Like I'd need to have multiple horses in it.
Yeah.
And I could probably squeeze it onto Big Mac too.
I'll look into getting it ported.
As long as you also maintain and send me a link of where you got it from.
Yeah, it's
for credit purposes.
Yeah. It's Sky.
Okay, so this is my favorite walk cycle that Tokyo Cinema made. And if you look at it, it's no, I don't want to let you. It looks pretty good. I like it because it's pretty detailed. The problem with it is it was made using a rig. And if I like say, let's just get like a short rod or something. You know, that'll work. Let's take and let's do
Overmare was nice enough to make the armor, just not nice enough to port it.
Yeah, but they're a company in a way making a product. It'd be a little weird if they released their stuff before it was done.
I mean, are they ever gonna be done?
No, because as you saw, they basically just took 100 steps back last time we saw progress.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think it's this one. Yeah, I'll try it on this one, but I think it might be the other one. So, well, it looks pretty good. Okay, it wasn't that one. Okay, but it is the other one. Move it to left hand. Let me get here. I know. Left hand or is it right hand? Left hand.
What hands?
That one I was doing it.
What are?
Maybe it was right. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I was right. Never mind. Oh, yeah, because I did a reverse thing on that one to make it work. Okay, so let's move this piece of wood over here. So if you look at... And this, so it doesn't look like it, but the leg does this. And that's because the rig on the very bottom of one of the moves ended up being a little too pushed a little too far, and it like spun to fix its position. Well, or it, no, I think it was pulled, because you can see this is when it spun, but I think this is the actual normal position. This is the wrong, because you can actually see the model itself. There's like a little bit of like lines going this way. So this means that this, you can actually see, is pointed this way. But then when it does its rotating this way, now it's pointed correctly forward. The rig worked for the most part, but it rotated the leg. Anytime I've had to use that walk cycle, because I like the walk cycle overall, if you have like clothing on or anything with a texture on it, now you see that texture rotate really quick. And I've had to correct it every time. Super annoying. And sometimes you don't even know it's doing that until later, and then it just becomes a problem. And so I feel like any time saved from using a rig would just be wasted by having to fight it. So I just don't bother. It does make more complex motions harder, but if you plan things, usually not too bad. IK works bad when calves are short, like in G4. In the end, I lengthened them for my models. Yeah, but I've seen rigs that do work for those. It's just you need to be a lot smarter in terms of development of those things than I think any of us are. You can do a lot fancier motion for those rigs to make it so that certain things at certain levels will interact differently. I just don't care enough. If I wanted to get the exact look I want, I can't do a rig. Instead, you pose to pose and keyframe as much as you can for complex motions, and then just hope it doesn't pop up with some error. Because normally you're always going to have a little bit of like errors on like how this connects, because I lock the hoof to the ground for some parts, and so it will stretch a little bit, but it's a cartoony look anyway, so who cares? If it was a person, like with skin textures and clothing, that might not work as well, but if it's a person, then an IK rig is perfect. But yeah, so I'm not too worried on it. I usually just ignore it. So you're gonna do the armor?
I'll do the armor. The armor will take longer than I can do it. Ministry, I just haven't had much time to sit down and do the ministry stuff.
What did you do to my system?
Well, if I remember right, he actually gets pissed a little bit at Apple Snack. Is one of the things, like the one thing.
I'm gonna put a hoof in that hole.
Impression.
It's like imagining like lightning crashing. Like,
he's like, you talking about my sister? That legit happens in that scene where Apple Snack, like, I'm sad I'm never gonna get to meet that sister you keep talking about, and that Big Mac kind of gets pissed at him.
She's taken by my cousin.
Yes, but you are my cousin.
You're too far. Once removed is too far.
Yes.
Needs to be cousin once added.
And the orange needs to have some kids so she can get married to my sister. I remember what the name of that later Hosen pony was. That's apparently like Apple Snack's grandpa.
Well, me over there going, what's going on with his shoulders? Yeah, they're fine. This is an old model, but it's the only model that has beef texture, and no one ever rebuilt it because the mares are mostly the focus. So he definitely has some like texture errors on him that whatever. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because I'm planning to have like the camera here and at this distance, especially if the armor thing pops up on there. I'm not gonna be worried about it. And the armor is not gonna really work well on Big Mac, but it should work well enough. I can mold it to him, and as long as he's not galloping and like doing break dances, it should be perfectly fine. I wanted to get this done here so I could figure out positioning. Though, where's my camera? Okay. The camera's here. That's how that is. So this is going to be a little close. So I'm going to have to kind of, oh no, I can move Rainbow over there. But Rainbow was down here with Apple Snack too, right?
No, she was flying overhead. She was actively.
But she
engaged in
landed,
the
right?
fight. She doesn't really interact with anybody until Fluttershy sets off the bomb.
Well, yeah.
Then she gets pissed at Fluttershy.
But
But she was focused on the fight. She wasn't paying attention to Big Mac or Mac at all. He was there. He would be overhead.
because and Fluttershy sets off the spell. I don't know. Well, after the spell goes off,
She's close enough to this that Apple Snack sees her and Rainbow.
but the fight is basically over when they come in, right?
It's the tail end of the fight. I wouldn't say it's over.
Well, meaning if they were above trenches.
Well, Rainbow was above. Fine.
Yeah. But if Fluttershy was.
Yeah. Fluttershy came in when things had started to die down.
So her being above the trenches is fine.
Yes. He almost certainly would have.
Because she's invincible. Who would the zebras would go to Am and be like, no, too cute.
Yes.
No.
Well, she put herself in as much danger as Rainbow was putting herself in, so.
Yeah, but one's a warrior and one isn't.
Yeah. Well, she's medical, so.
No, no
Medical
smooching.
staff puts themselves in danger for sure.
No, the crystal war armor doesn't work. It looks kind of weird.
If I can get this to work.
The SWAT armor doesn't. And I'm going to need multiple copies of it too. Anybody that's on the battlefield is going to be wearing it essentially. Different frames.
I can probably get it to Big Mac's frame.
No, don't worry about it. All I have to do is fit it to him for this one shot.
Yeah.
I'll just scale it. It's fine. It's not worth the effort.
See.
No, do not bother. It literally is it's going to be way quicker for me to do it.
If it's literally just a slider.
No, it's not worth it. His model is very old. And so it's just low poly and everything. All I have to do is get it on him enough. It's not a worry. And if it does become a problem, well, then I'll blame you for not doing it.
Yeah. That's
Would she be in her little cute outfit?
she would be dressed as any of the other. Oh, she'd be wearing that.
Wait, she was wearing that?
Yes, so cute. Full dress.
Oh, I thought she was.
Coco was there. She was smooching.
I thought she would be wearing.
No, they specifically said she's not wearing anything.
Oh.
That she is the unit.
Oh, I guess it does have her cutie mark on the uniform.
Yeah, it says that she actually shows up wearing nothing. She is the.
Well, this is her.
Yes, she just shows up in buff. Twisted.
Dirt.
The whole time. Lab. She is properly nude in this.
Well, they're not nude until they put on clothes and then take off the clothes.
Yes. Imagine everyone in hats.
Imagine them without hats. You gasped and then said gas.
I'm British. I love that. I have to read that.
British.
Back when Pony was big enough to have its own manga.
How many medical ponies were there?
They didn't give. They said there were wagon loads of unicorns being pulled by Pegasus. So
I can't have that many, even with the RAM.
Then you do what you can do. It's a lot.
But once the spell went off, why would you need medical ponies?
Well, they were setting up the spell. It actually took a fleet of them to make the spell happen.
And they all died for it.
I don't think so. I think they just got irradiated. Fluttershy showed up to a battlefield wearing no armor. Kind of freaking great. I mean, technically Rainbow's not wearing armor, it's just a uniform, but... I think that was actually a big problem for the Enclave armor, that most armor was just too heavy for the big.
I'm gonna make this one go low, and have the others stay high.
There was only one wagon loaded with mostly unicorn. If you can have a wagon being pulled by a Pegasi filled with unicorns, that would probably be all you need. I'll be right back. Just restroom.
Think. I think these two, the minimum distance, put them behind something. That is why the lighting is poor. Okay, so that one's coming through, but I'm not seeing it hit anything else. It's meant to be dark. I mean, it's barely lighting. Like, less than I even thought it would. I don't want to affect it too much. This is about, I think it's not hitting the ground because of some min-max thing. No shadows. Okay, that's not doing it. This one. Affect anything? But all I did with this one was move it downward. And it's suddenly brightening everything up. Oh, it's not really hitting. I don't know. A little bit brighter there. It's for you guys, it's pretty dark, but well, if I just keep that with the other one, let's figure out if there's a balance for it. By putting that on, does it ruin shadows? Nope, keeps them pretty tight and balances off all the lighting. That's actually pretty nice. Oh, okay, perfect. I'll leave that. Now that looks way better. There's only one wagon. Okay. So 6 maybe, but they're probably busy doing stuff. I'm not worried about like the ones that are out doing things. It's the ones that would be here right in front. There's Iron Man armor that might work if recoloring the helmets off. Nah, Michael do his thing. He talks about he's got so much stuff to do, but then he loves to add things to his list.
I do. I'm a masochist. I do think I'll have some time Sunday because it'll be rain.
So there's like a 20% chance or something.
It'll be raining, so I'll have time.
No, it's 19% now.
Oh no.
They did drop the temp a little bit. It was 70 something. Now it's 69.
You already got me doing yard work tomorrow. It
You
needs to get done.
You were talking, the yard work that you were talking about was the stuff that you already decided to do on your own.
Yes, I did.
But why is it saying that I
It's
told
all
you
your
to?
fault. I can get the ministry married pretty quick. Just need to like sit down for a couple hours and do it.
Okay, so then we got Fluttershy doing Fluttershy things. Was there anybody else down with him?
I think it was just those two, and everybody else had moved forward because, I mean, it was like Apple Snack wasn't able to move forward, and Big Macintosh is his sergeant, and he jumped into the trench and saw Apple Snack, and basically decided to stay with him in his final moments. To have someone there so he didn't die.
I'm not going to add corpses right now or like dead people because that's not worthwhile doing until the end.
Maybe dead horses and zebras.
It's just going to eat up a lot of processing. That's a question. What do the zebras wear?
Traditional, like tribal
Cheers.
outfits. They describe them. I think Velvet Remedy even wears one at one point, but I don't know. Velvet Remedy and Fallout Equestria actually wears zebra combat armor throughout most of the series, and
yeah, which seems like a very dangerous thing to wear.
Well, Apple Snacks, none too happy, or I guess steel hooves.
Hey, protection's better than no protection.
That's what she argues. Like, this fits me. It's good armor. I'm wearing it. It's dangerous as hell out there. But Apple Snacks just like, you have to wear that armor.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what she says. Like, yes. Have you been outside? If I can find. I reread Fallout Equestria. I reread half of it fairly recently, and then I got distracted.
Okay.
But yeah, that was the armor Velvet wore most of the time, and that was.
Oh, it's turned to
zebra
Caesar's
armor.
Legion, essentially.
Yeah, Caesar's Legion armor. He's so cute in that armor, though.
Was it because is it because it's cool armor or because Smiling Mare?
He's like accessorizing. It's so adorable.
Does it go on go war?
Go smooch so many other zebras. Some zebras.
No smooch zebras.
No.
What about Pip?
It doesn't.
What about Scoots getting that cookie?
No, he got a smoocher. Wait.
Michael, Michael, your smooching is out of control.
Man.
You're smooching kids now, Michael. Michael,
No smooching the children. There's laws.
No smooching.
This is your words, Michael.
I feel like I got led into them. It was a
What?
trap.
No smooching.
Michael.
You brought up the scoots during the smooching conversation.
See, this is the truth about Michael.
This is-
There, you got a big derp. You can talk
a
about
big
that.
derp.
Oh, crown mango.
There's another version of the
Oh, and socks too.
I don't like that one as much. We got socks.
So many socks.
So many socks. So many socks. So many socks. That's awesome.
Were they using guns?
Yeah,
Like standard rifle?
pretty much. I think World War One guns. So it'd be like M1s and
Star Wars?
I would just use like the hunting rifle from Fallout. Just use Fallout gun, basically.
I don't know if it exists in that pack.
The hunting rifle?
The stuff I downloaded.
Because that, no.
No, I'm doing it.
At least not this early.
I just typed in
war.
gun.
Like, automatic weaponry didn't come till.
Oh, halfway.
Gotta give him the portal weapons.
How about this?
Glue gun. That's made of their families.
Yes. It's threat.
Yes.
Okay, so here's a Fallout weapon.
Yeah.
And this is a Fallout weapon.
Shotguns.
This is just a
Maybe that
pistol.
one.
Well, that's a shotgun.
I would think like at this point in the war, it's very much like the hunting rifle, the pump action shotgun.
There's only 3
anything
guns.
automatic. That all you got?
That's all it's called by Fallout and gun. It doesn't mean that there isn't, like this. He's so happy, Michael.
He's quite happy.
He's like, give me all your money, Michael. Give me all your horse plushies. Give them up.
No.
Give them up. I'm an angry. I'm so angry. Look at my face. I'm angry.
There's an angry face. I'm looking at Velvet Remedy, and people certainly like posting pictures of her butt. Internet's a weird place, chat.
Sounds like something you would enjoy, though.
No, I'm looking for the armor. It's a good plushie. I want that Velvet Remedy plushie. I kind of want all the plushies, and people won't give them to me unless I give them lots of money, which is just mean. I'm gonna try just zebra armor. Velvet Remedy doesn't need to be involved.
Is this?
I mean, that's very TF2.
It's just a bolt action rifle. Oh, there we go.
That would work. That'd be roughly what they're using. If you could,
It's from Fortnite.
if you could find like the Fallout hunting rifle, that would be perfect. And I feel
don't
like
think-
they've
yeah,
ported
okay.
them.
I don't think that's going to
Just type in
happen.
Fallout.
No, I've already downloaded almost everything Fallout. People don't care about.
Pip. Oh, weapons. Oh, weapon pack.
Those rifles.
Yeah, be in there then. That's
Oh,
a lot.
no.
You're worried about your library size already.
I don't know if I want to download that whole pack.
You can download it and then pick and choose.
Subscribe to it. Give me all the bits. I have none.
No bits to give.
I am bit poor. Weapons.
Like kind of coming up on NT on Zebra.
Michael?
Mm-hmm.
For assault rifles, I guess it'd be more just rifle.
It'd be a hunting rifle, yeah. At this point in the war.
Explosives, energy weapons, assault rifles, alien weapons. None of those look right.
No, keep going.
No, because then you're getting down into energy weapons.
Keep going. Let's see all of them. I'm certain the hunting rifle has to be in here. Why wouldn't they include it? Very much part of the Fallout game. A lot of knives. There's so much stuff. Sledgehammers, axes. That's the shotgun.
Is it?
Wow. I guess you'll just have to go with whatever looks the oldest.
I mean, none of these really do. If I want to go with the oldest, I'm going to go with the one I had before. I'm getting rid of that pack. Unsubscribe.
Well, I didn't have the hunting rifle. I don't know why. Weird.
I'm going to find it again.
Hmm.
I don't remember where it is. After the glue gun. After the Fallout stuff. Where are you? past it apparently. I thought it was around here. Or was it under rifle? Maybe it was under rifle. Too many cooks. Yeah, and I don't remember seeing any at the beginning, so.
Actually, this armor's pretty good, and it's already ported. It's Warhammer.
Armor?
Yeah. Warhammer pony armor. I'm gonna try to get the Fallout armor. I can't. There are
It's
other
made for
options.
horse.
Yeah. Right.
What did I see before? It was under. Was it under gun? Am I just blind? See, I had it, Michael, and then you're like, no. You need to have this specific thing.
I am here.
It's just going to be a background prop of a background prop.
I'm here to complain and nothing else.
I know, and you need to stop it.
I'm looking at pictures of Derpy right now, so I can't even hear you.
Well, the fact that you said that means you are. Oh, no, not there.
They really didn't. There's like tons of different pony armors, but not. You have this one, right? That's not really.
Yeah, I think I have that
though.
one. Remember the little like claw things on the feet? The Tuto style Lee Enfield, that might work. It's really just about making it look a little rough. TF2 is really good for having cartoony looking things.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not too good at having things that look dirty and beat up, like Fallout-esque. I mean, but really in the end, I don't think it's going to matter because you're probably being given at this point. This isn't like Fallout 200 years in the future. This is Fallout in the past. So it's probably more new release weapons. Weapons just going to include so many other things. But Fallout thing again. Nothing in Skyrim. I don't think Skyrim has a rifle. I swear we had something that kind of worked under rifle or under gun, and now
It was
I can't.
like the shotguns.
No, it wasn't a shotgun. It was a rifle.
Oh, the TF2.
No, that's got a scope. Anybody in the trenches is not going to have a gun with a scope. That's an elephant gun.
Yes.
Give him a bow.
Yes. I think they might lose.
No, bows are pretty beast. Maybe not in this situation, but they are pretty beast. They have their uses. Like if that were there without the scope, I would probably use it. It's just, you're not going to have a scope in the trenches. You're going to have your standard issue rifle. And if this is World War I based, it's definitely going to be like I don't think they had handheld machine guns in World War I.
No.
I think they had mounted machine guns.
They had Gatling guns.
Yeah, but I don't think they had any that were like handheld that you could walk with.
Like at the start of the war, it's essentially World War One. At the end of the war, it's World War Two stuff.
Multiple wars. Just the hands. In a way, that's well, maybe not that gun. That gun shoots grenades. That doesn't. Why would you want a gun that shoots grenades? I mean, as ammunition, sure, but I probably don't want it to like shoot the grenade. That sounds dangerous.
A grenade rifle? That's a thing.
Why don't we just give them all knives? Apple Snack likes to get up close and personal.
It's true.
These are all the like handheld ones. I'm just gonna skip through those. That says something. No, I think it's just a nail. I'm thinking I'm gonna try weapon again. I remember seeing it, and then Michael was like, "No."
You blaming me?
Yes, you're so easy to
No.
blame.
I'm over here trying to find
That's it.
good zebra armor.
What, Michael? What is this weapon? What game does this remind you of?
Zoom around it. If no, Counter-Strike? What? I don't know.
GoldenEye.
Oh?
GoldenEye you could dual wield both.
Of course. Of course you could. Man, I'm looking at so much more.
That's closer, but again, I don't want to scope.
I don't know why.
Oh, that's DOD. I thought that said Dota. I'm like, why does Dota have a gun?
I don't know why I just try to look up freaking pony armor, and I gotta look up pony vor. What is happening?
Why
here?
are you looking at Pony Vor?
Like, why is Twilight's back half shining armor?
Michael, are you just browsing Derby?
I'm looking.
I think you're just looking at
for
horse pictures now.
pony armor.
You're just distracted by cute horse.
Oh my goodness, it's shining armor, but just cool mare.
See, this is why you can like stallions.
Because sometimes they be cute mares.
Yeah, it could be.
Could be.
What if
cute
they're
mares.
what if they are cute mares, but they just look like stallions?
No.
They're trying to be sneaky.
Conflict.
This is like it's like Mulan.
You know, is that what it is?
Yeah, because like, would you punch Mulan if she was a horse?
No, of course not.
Well, but you wouldn't know.
Wood and the round snoot would get.
What about my OC?
Your OC is mare.
What was it that we found? I'm guessing it's not called Enfield. All right. Maybe there's something. Wait. We download that pack. This is Fallout 3 weapons. Would that be more what you're thinking?
Fallout 3. That is a hunting rifle, yeah.
Why do they have
Let's see if they get some totems. I don't know.
bye
I don't
bye
get the
scoots?
totems. No scoots.
Because I mean, at least this one has this,
It
which
does have a
is
hunting rifle.
it has a hunting rifle. So let's try that one. Wait, it says Fallout 3, but then it says some weapons from Fallout New Vegas.
No, Fallout 3 and New Vegas are
No.
the same game. What? What is that? What am I looking at? What have you
Ignore
done,
that.
Lauren Faust?
Ignore that. It doesn't exist. Interesting. I'm never going to find these again.
Okay. Well, I found fairly decent zebra armor. If you could just take the armor off a source filmmaker.
This is the Cowboy Repeater. It's not a hunting rifle, Michael.
No, the repeater. That's the armor. Right there.
It looks a little janky, though.
Yeah. There's a shotgun.
Yeah.
That is the hunting rifle and the pump shotgun, or what? You could just give him that.
That is definitely more of a shotgun compared to.
Well, yeah, but it's trench warfare. You're gonna use a shotgun.
Because this looks more handmade.
Yes.
I probably don't want that.
Just give them the shotgun. It's trench warfare. That's what the shotgun was made for.
Ooh. What, that one?
Not bad. Looks very World War One.
Yeah, I like
Looks
that one.
French made. But...
Oh, hold on. We gotta get rid of it then.
Oh, no.
Can't have no French crap in here.
No, you just have to find a version that a pony could use.
Nope.
It would be mounted to the sides. It'd be a battle saddle situation.
No, this gun's just gonna be laying in the ground next to him. Oh.
I mean, you can literally just put any saddle on them and then just strap the guns to the backs.
Nope, this is just laying on the ground. Did they only use battle saddles?
Earth ponies would have had to if they're using anything bigger than a pistol.
No, he can use it.
Can he?
Yeah. You gonna tell me he can't?
Well, his guts are falling out, so yes.
You don't care because that just means one less stallion.
Yeah. I think they said zebras could use rifles without any, but they had to stand weird.
What do you mean stand weird?
They would stand on their hind legs, which was weird for pony's perspective, and then fire the rifle.
I mean, like, if the trigger's big enough
No.
for the hoof to fit, but you could also put like an attachment on the hoof to get to a trigger, but then it also feels like, again, you're making weaponry in a horse world that is not built for horses, where you would think all weapons would be developed in such a way to be optimized for the use of all horses.
All equines, yeah.
Yeah, not like a gun with a trigger and then they're finding a way like to do the trigger. Like the mouth gun kind of makes sense, except the teeth. They'd be knocking out the teeth.
They show the ponies hammering with a hammer in their mouth.
Gun is a little bit different.
Yeah, but they got strong teeth.
You probably... The battle saddle makes the most sense.
Yes. Unless
anything connected to the head sounds like brain damage over time.
There actually was a World War I weapon that was just a cannon on a helmet that they realized real quick was yeah, it's kind of.
It sounds like break your neck.
Yeah, it was basically just like a cannon mounted to the top of their head.
Okay, no,
it was a real thing.
There's a lot of in war, like the dogs that they ended up training the dogs in Russia, I believe it was, to have a grenade, and they were trying to train it that when given a signal, even during warfare, would run under enemy tanks. And so they trained the dogs, and the dogs were great. They ran under the tank and they would sit and they would explode, which is horrible, but it worked.
Yeah.
But they were the people were stupid, and they trained all their dogs on Russian tanks. So when they went out in the field, the dogs would be like, get the signal, and they wouldn't go to American tanks because they're used to the sound of a Russian tank.
Yes.
So the moment they were let loose, they would run under their own team's tanks and blow up. And,
oh no.
It was just hilarious, horrible.
Yes.
But also like, why did you not train them to go under the enemy's tanks?
Yeah.
Just
exploded on
one of the ones that I thought were interesting. They ended up getting rid of it because technology improved enough they didn't need to take advantage of it. Was the birds in a missile, where they'd have they would train the bird would be trained on having a bunch of buttons, and it could steer the missile. Yeah. And they would put a picture of the target in front of them, and they would train it to keep onto that picture. And then when they went to go launch it to the target, it would have a window to see the target, and so it would keep it on track. But by the time that actually surprisingly worked well, the technology improved enough where they could just do other things.
Do remote.
But that's interesting. I mean, it's horrible that they're just like, oh, show a bird in the missile. But it's interesting in war. You can make Geneva Conventions, you can make all these rules of war, but as soon as you're on the battlefield, all the rules are gone.
Yeah.
The gun's a little dark. For what it is.
Hey, there's this Source Filmmaker pony saddles. You do need that one. Saddle.
For what? Michael, are you gonna ride the pony?
Battle stuff.
It's
Yeah,
just a
stuff.
normal saddle, Michael.
You need it. It's really hard to find zebra armor. Holy crap. I have to look at that later.
Thing is, there's gonna be no zebras anywhere.
They're gonna be on the battlefield. Dead.
They're gonna be on the battlefield, like over here.
Yeah.
From here,
you just have to think like Roman armor. I guess any of the armor the Pegasi were wearing would work.
I can make it work. They're going to be so far away that I don't think it's going to matter too much. One thing that does bug me though is these trees.
Use restroom.
I'm going to give it a bit. You made that one very strong. Are we going to see the warhead? We had a brilliant idea, sir. Meet Timmy. He's an orphan. I wouldn't be surprised. They do crap like that. It's just the trees would cause shading on the ground around them because they're still going to block some amount of light. Like the ground here is going to be blocked from that direction from light. And from here, it's going to be blocked from there. There's going to be some circle of darkness. It sounds like a cool band name. I can maybe do it with the negative light. We'll see. Difficulty as the ground is uneven. Yeah, I need to have a much higher value on this to figure out where it's hitting and where it's going. One, it's a little too purple, which we're inverted, so it means to get rid of red, we need to increase red.
Our beer supply is running kind of low.
Good. The amount of like 1 cans we've had of stuff forever is, except for you're just drinking blue. Like you had a special one in the last one.
I had 2 special ones.
What, you're on your 3rd beer?
Yeah.
Oh, making up for last time.
I am. I didn't get to drink much when I was sick because I couldn't. I would have like 1 beer and then be like, nope, that was a mistake. But I'm back.
Back, baby.
I'm back, baby.
Actually, that's not too bad.
I don't know what you did, but good job.
Darkening the area around the tree.
Ah.
Because even if it's lit all the way around, it's still like at the base going to be blocking quite a bit of light from one side, so it's going to be darker. So I think this needs a little bit less green. Needs to be a little bluer. I think that'll work.
Yeah, you just gotta load all those missiles with orphans. Just fill it full of scootaloos. And yes, I know she's not technically an orphan, but she's definitely been abandoned by her parents, so that counts. Like, how long do your parents have to leave you on your own before you can, like, consider yourself an orphan?
How long?
Yeah. Like,
I'm pretty sure indefinitely, because...
Well, I mean Pippi Longstocking. You remember Pippi Longstocking, right?
Not the story of.
Pippi Longstocking is coming into our world.
That sounds like a threat.
The freckle-faced, red-headed girl you ought to know.
Is she gonna hurt me?
No, she was just rambunctious and had a monkey. And she wasn't an orphan, but her dad was away at sea and she hadn't seen him in like 5 years. But she wasn't an orphan. And the orphan owner kept trying to like get her to come to the orphanage. But she wouldn't go. And then like right at the end of the movie, her dad shows up. So very emotional. Like after being gone for 5 years. Like little piece of shit.
Why did they leave her on her own?
Well, he went off on a thing and just got lost at sea, I think is the story.
And he didn't set up a contingency for such
like
things?
She had a house.
If you're going to war, you should have a backup for your kid figured out.
I don't even know if he went to war. I think it was just like out to sea.
It doesn't matter if you're going to military anything at any time, something could go down. That's the whole point of being in the military. You're not there just to like have fun. You're there to be in a readiness state in case shit goes down.
Well, she just wandered around like the city, the town, like the Bay town, waiting for her dad to come home. Belong stuck in his gun.
Yeah, see, that's a threat.
Yeah.
She's coming, Michael.
She's coming into our world.
She's here for you, Michael.
Oh, she's a redhead. That is terrifying in and of itself.
Yeah, I agree.
Redheaded orphans.
They're very dangerous.
Mm-hmm. You're an orphan, right? I mean, your parents aren't around. They don't live with you anyway.
I'm 40.
Yeah, well.
I'd hope they're not around in that way.
He's been abandoned. Poor redheaded orphan child.
Like, yes, I was abandoned by my parents at the young age of 34.
I can see that. Yes, like you're like, my parents abandoned me when I was very young. How young? 37. Like, that's way later. That should have happened.
We were out to McDonald's and I said, I wish for a Happy Meal. And they said, we're done.
We're done with this. You figure your own shit out. No, my mom wants me to move back in with her. Every time we talk, she's like, you should come home.
And how much thought have you put into it?
0.
It's not about like your mother at that point, though.
No, she's fine.
It's just
she wants company. What it is.
Yeah, and can you explain to me all the exciting things you would do in your life at that point? Like, what would your life consist of?
Me desperately trying to keep her out of my stuff, which she would be unable to do. And that would be our daily go back and forth.
She would want you to live with her?
Yeah. She wants me to live with her.
That's worse.
Yes. She has it in her head I'm like dying all the time. Crazy. Double sandwich derby. Hi, Chargin.
Yes. Hello, Chargin. Holy Creole, 50 months. Yeah, holy crap, man. That's a lot of months. Hello, Michael. Hello, chat. How is everybody? Doing well. It's been a good day. It's my off Friday. I put the video out and reception has been overall positive.
Yes.
I went,
People seem to like it.
I got some of my bathroom shelf stuff locked down and stuff up, and it looks really good.
Bathroom shelves doesn't want to stay up. One of those bathroom shelves doesn't want to stay up.
Which one?
The suction cup one.
Oh, yeah. I did the best I could for it, but
Mm-hmm.
it just probably needs a little bit of help. And I'm pushing it in and making sure it locks nice and clean behind,
Yeah.
but that we'll figure that out later.
tried
Currently at
this.
10,000 views. I don't know if that's
It was at
top.
It was at like 8,000 when I looked. That wouldn't surprise me if we had another 2,000. I'll probably get more once the top 10 comes out because that's got to be number one,
Nope,
right?
it's number 2 out of the last top out of the last 10 videos I put out. It's number 2. What's the one that's beating it?
Well, I bet it's a smooching video.
It doesn't tell me on my
I
phone.
bet it's a smooching video.
No, because it goes your 10 most recent releases. Smooching
one.
The vending machine had 12,000.
Really?
No, sorry. Trixie Gets a Raise beat it only by a little bit. But it says on average, this is typical 9,000 to 12,000. And so it's saying I'm above average on typical,
That's
but,
good.
but I would say, this was basically a short and a basic
Jesus,
short.
Dash.
That one is a little long. This one, the thumbnail was what did it. And I like the thumbnail, but it doesn't work for it. And then another short. So these are mainly short videos. So that makes
Sucks.
sense.
People like this one.
15% on impression to click-through rate is actually pretty good though.
Yeah.
That's actually, I don't think they have a comparison for that, but,
People like Monty Python, man. Mix it with a horse, it's fantastic.
there's the click-through. Yeah. Like 15% is actually pretty good.
I can see Fluttershy doing the dead parrot skit with the Phoenix. This parrot has ceased to be.
This is on average, my click-through rate is 5%. So, and what that means is the likelihood that somebody that sees it clicks it. So if it pops up and they don't click it, that doesn't count. But if they do, then it counts as this number. So 15% is actually pretty good.
What did you call the video?
Bring Out Your Dead.
That's probably part of it. Dead bones makes people happy.
And it helped that at least thumbnail wise, from a small perspective, because this is probably smaller than the others. It's pretty easy to see what's going on here. Like Star Derps is a little confusing from a small perspective.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work here. Better Call Trixie does work. This one like view wise is really high because it's a good thumbnail. This has got surprisingly a lot of.
I see you can't monetize that one.
Which one?
Bring Out Your Dead.
Yeah, I can't. So that sucks. But there's nothing I could do. 99.7 though. That's not outside the norm. I mean, most of my videos are like 99 something. I think the most recent like lower
Which
one
of the
I
ones
got.
everyone hated.
Those are unlisted videos. They don't count. The new channel announcement actually at 99%.
What? It's boring.
98.5 there. I really don't. I think this is the lowest one I had in a while.
That one did really well.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. It's in terms of like dislike though. Can I sort by it? 98.1. That was a live stream, but I don't do those anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little sad. Like I went to page 2,
Yeah.
only to page 2, and I'm already running into like live stream highlight stuff that like from 2020. So I don't make as much as I used to. 97.5. Applejack 2.0 didn't get that much.
I liked it.
But again, 97.5 is still good.
Yes.
I mean, anything 90% and up is good. So yeah, it's doing fine.
Passing.
But it's doing well here. You can even do, when you look at these videos, you can see literally real time. So it says from 827 to 828, there were 32 views. Like you can do some minute by minute, which is really useful if you want to do thumbnail testing. You can change the thumbnail and then see if it affects view count by the minute.
Big derp.
But this is also when people say, oh, Big Dirt,
Yep.
about people with subscriptions and whatever, getting where your traffic's coming from, like reach wise. Let's see here. External sources, almost everything has come from Discord. That'd be 80. Yeah, this is 95% of all sources are Discord for external sources. So Discord making things can be posted there is useful.
People are mad at you about Misty.
Really?
Yeah.
There's only one person that says anything about it before.
440. Or Misty.
No, so I think browse features are you're just browsing. External is from basically Discord links and stuff. But I want to know, like, where's my sub count?
They said Opaline would have treated her better.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it's actually pretty high this time. But you give that time, that's gonna 180. If I go to like, let's go to football.
Football, yeah. Watching him get smacked around.
Yeah, so football is not subscribed 85%.
Yes.
So you're always going to have a big influx of subscribers at the beginning, but the vast majority of viewers are always going to be the non-subscribed, which I find hilarious when people on YouTube videos are like, yeah, but our metrics say that only 80% or like 30% of the people that watch this video are subscribed. If you should subscribe right now, it doesn't matter. If you watch a channel, if you watched a video from it, YouTube is going to throw it in your face so much. Subscriptions are useless now.
I like how the second biggest is Brazil.
Yeah, actually, that's
that.
Russia makes 100% sense. Yes. I would expect United States and then Russia.
There's a big MLP Russian community that they are being kind of stomped out violently.
Yeah, a little bit. Most people are 25 to 34.
I'm surprised the male to female ratio. It's like
there's an identify thing too, but
I figured there'd be like 2% women.
Well, this one doesn't have subtitles on.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm actually curious now. I have subtitles on this one. How many people are watching the subtitles? 65% don't. Auto translating for Spanish, 7%.
Well, like you said, it's Brazil. Apparently, it's a big watcher for you.
Well, because you can have translations done. At that point, it's actually kind of something to look into of would it be worthwhile to have somebody do a Spanish translation?
Well, I said you should maybe use this one to do just the dub for the Monty Python skit.
Oh, I guess actually finding the translations would be super easy.
Yeah,
I can just go to the movie.
They're already done.
Yeah, except for my rips in the movies don't have them.
Yeah.
I only include English because it's just audio can take up an extra gig of space if you do all the.
It's on
languages.
the DVD, which is on the shelf.
Yeah, I can go and grab it if I wanted, but it's not really worth it at this point. By the time I'd care about doing it. Well, yeah. Oh, this is really nice. Pretty consistent, but then right here had a little bit of an upward trend.
Somebody posted it somewhere. What do you want a bit of question?
No, it can also just be say depending on who it hit and what was going on, or the click, it might have crossed a threshold for a recommendation. So I did think that it went up over there.
That's already up another 7,000 views from the last time I looked at it. That was just earlier in the stream.
Anyway, okay, is anything else?
Fun.
Okay.
Exciting. Enjoyable.
So I like that one. I like that one, and that one kind of maybe a little too dark on that one. But then some of these, like this one, it's dark, but it's behind a hill. Those ones are at enough of an angle.
Animating
they're not really able to tell.
From everything he said, the dead parrot would be better with Celestia rather than Fluttershy, but animating Celestia's hair is impossible to see.
Oh no, you can't.
Yeah. How does your hair do that?
You can't. You cannot animate Celestia's hair. I've tried some fancy methods, and then nothing has come up to work. And even the one method that was promising, wouldn't really work unless you like per shot built a new map, which seems like kind of a waste.
Is that
a little
what you
bit.
did with the heroes bit?
No, the heroes was done in After Effects.
Yeah.
But there's no way I could do that in post because I'd have to like build a 3D model in post and then track it in 3D space, which isn't impossible, but trying to get the lighting to match up is hard. That specific scene was the only one I could really have that work with. It had a very strong lighting come from one direction, so I could just do some fanciness on there, and then they weren't moving, which is the other thing.
Platinum Haze. That was her name.
I wanted to listen to the audio here. How long of a time do we have? Where am I going to put? I think I'm going to put this on one of the main parts.
You know why her name was Platinum Haze? Because before she became an alicorn, she knew her name was Platinum something, but she couldn't remember what the second part was because it was a haze. So she just calls herself Platinum Haze. That was in Heroes.
I wanted it one of these.
The one started in alicorn instead of remembering much about their past lives.
Thought I did a shortened version of this that I'm going to use. And you haven't done a full thing for it yet. I mean, I'm at almost a minute in and there's not even the lyrics yet. Okay, so I'm probably gonna use this as a double shot because I think it's there's a lot going on. It's a pinnacle, a very important scene because it basically introduces like a lot of things. If I do a double shot, how long does that go for the beat? Let me figure it out here. So it's right here. Be about there. So we're talking about 13 seconds. I knew it was about 6 seconds per double beat, and so that'd be 13 seconds that I have to fit in here somehow. So this is the approximate bit. And so next video I'm making also can't be monetized. Isn't that great?
This one?
Support Patreon.
What's on this one that can't? That's
It's copyrighted music.
Maybe if you just do a kazoo version.
Yes,
for this very serious video.
Yes, we'll use a kazoo version for the Fallout Ministry Mayor's video.
I can record it myself.
There is a Fallout video that I've wanted to do that would be using original video, and the guy that made that audio died, so
yeah.
I probably could use it, but I can't find it, and that
the song
destroyed me. Yeah, it wasn't a song. It was like a minute and a half trailer build up from like the bombs dropping to Fallout with some like voiceover with his brother and some really cool background music, and it was really, really cool. And he even gave me like an idea as to what he visualized as the video, and it's a really good idea. But it just, I can't find it. I thought it was on my Dropbox. I can't find it on my Dropbox. This was back when Skype was used, so I can't find any history for that if he sent it over by Skype.
Did you look through your Skype? Is it still like on an old computer or something?
No. Oh, if it's on old computer, I've changed computer so many times.
Yeah.
Like we're talking.
It would be on an old hard drive, I guess.
We're talking probably 11 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember something of the artist. What was his name?
I can't remember. The guy that ran, or one of the guys that ran or started Wasteland Whalers.
Yeah.
forgot it. It bothers me. I can't remember his name.
Time marches on.
Mm-hmm. I feel like what bothers me the most with some of these trees is that they're just overly.
Well, they would have caught fire.
Yeah, but they're still overly dark. If they caught fire,
Well, they're ashed.
If they caught fire, the ground would have too.
It don't look like a lot's living on that ground.
Yeah, but it would have been burnt. It would have sections that were probably scorched or different lit, which I can get to that, and stuff. And I can always just mix in some negative lights in the background there for trying to like break up some of the lighting. But in terms of the sky, it's going to be evenly lit. That is going to be standard. It could be even that I just break up the ground a little bit by like taking actually pieces of the ground and kind of lifting them up a little bit, but I don't think that's going to work in the end. Yeah. I think right now, oh, actually the problem is I'm using my template. Yeah. What does that one look like for the blend? Yeah, this one looks a little better for the blend in the background. It gets a little darker at the edge. But even then, I feel like it's not too great. I feel like at least over here, that needs to be like a middle ground to show it kind of, because like right now it's going in the distance, but it feels like it's going up to a cliff and then stopping. I know I'll worry about that later. This light that the actual light I'm going to use is much brighter because it's high radius, so I have a test light that is equivalent, but doesn't look as nice. What I'm using. It's better in preview. Okay, so I think at this point I just got to make the ground dirtier. Would there be like destroyed vehicles around?
Be like destroyed sky wagons or just wagons.
Because I'm not gonna have sky wagons.
Yeah, just like that kind of wagon. Yeah.
Would this work?
Yeah, I mean, like yeah, that would work. Any of those would work. That's a MLP wagon right there. That looks too
nice though.
Yeah, but like broken wagons. Got wagon wheels.
Yes. But
that was a broken one.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was further up, maybe. Thought I saw it broken. Yeah, sad station wagon. Just stick that in the middle. And roll them up. Yeah, it's perfect. Like a sky wagon is just a wagon without wheels.
All right, kids, stay in the car. Stay in the car, kids.
There's a horse war outside.
There's a
go pony war. Beep beep.
Beep beep. We're going Grand Canyon.
Oh, pony war.
Going to Pony War.
I want to watch Pony
War. There is some wheels and stuff that are, I think,
well, if you have a wagon without wheels, it's just a sky wagon. Like fine.
Well, it has to have, even a sky wagon is going to have wheels.
No. Oh, it doesn't?
It has to land.
Well, what's the one that Twilight's in the very first episode?
That's a sky wagon. It's a sky wagon. She's in a fancy one. She got rich money.
It's a road guard. Sky wagon MLP. I think it's just a wagon without. Put in shy wagon.
I can always have one like on its side like this, and then you can just imply it's missing a wheel.
There's a pony named Skywagon. I've learned this just now. I'm trying to look at the one from episode 1. I don't want to keep getting pictures of Skywagon. The pony.
There's a pony called Skywagon?
Yeah, apparently, because I keep getting pictures of him.
Why?
This is his name. I don't know.
And that's like if I was called Mitsubishi Eclipse.
Yeah, he basically. What's your job gonna be? Pulling a Skywagon. Like things
What's your
Mom and
name?
Dad.
Little piece of shit.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna do plumbing.
Well, your parents named you fast food fry cook, so guess what you're gonna be doing the rest.
What's
of
your name? My
life.
name's Heart Condition.
Yes.
I have 2 years to live.
Mom, Dad, why? We didn't really want kids.
Yeah, they're basically just buses without wheels. But they still have to land. And you would think that when they land, they would want to have something to land with.
I'm just trying to like look at Twilight in episode 1. And she was in a Skywagon
Yeah.
in episode 1.
But she was in a fancy, like
personal one.
yeah,
you know?
yeah, she was in a fancy one.
I'm just oh no, it did have wheels.
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah,
Skywagon.
because when they go to land, they actually pull into Ponyville and
Yeah.
like land very smoothly. I don't know how the back end doesn't like slide down. I can put one more wagon. Put this one way back there.
I mean, they would have had Zeppelins too, but
Not here. At the end of the battle, I'm gonna say that they're not gonna be there anymore.
and they had Zeppelins in the show. They didn't show them very often, but they did exist.
Would there be what other equipment would they have?
Besides wagons,
Mitsubishi Damon.
you know,
That's my last name.
wagons make sense in the middle of the battlefield.
Well, you got to think of
you could do more
in
barbed
any
wire.
battle, what would you have? Because there would be more than just that. There's you'd have to have infrastructure for supply lines. So you'd probably just have boxes and crates.
Yeah, you could have just some fires burning, maybe.
Oh yeah,
fire?
there'd probably be 100% if the trees were scorched.
Yeah, there'd be small fires still going.
There's definitely gonna be crates because they would bring. There's the
Well, why would they
old-
be in the middle of the battlefield?
Because
If
you'd
they
have to
fell
have
out of the
supplies.
wagons, maybe you could have them strewn around the wagons.
Maybe like it was shot down.
Yeah. Be a dead pig.
There were some
inside
beat up
nearby.
crates back here, but I don't think it was single crates. Oh no, that one looks pretty good. Love when a word has everything on the left hand. But it to come off the mouse. Oh no, they got the big burgers.
That is a big burger box, bigger than the wagon.
The BBB box.
That pig inside didn't even get shot out of the sky. He was just trying to carry too many burgers at once.
That's the right size I was hoping. Yeah, because I would think that crates are the easiest way to store things and transport things, and a battle is won on your ability to build your supply lines.
Yes.
If you can't feed your troops, if you can't arm them, you're going to lose. You can't just give people gun and hope that they're going to survive. They can only bring so much with them, and eventually they're going to run out of thing. So, supply lines win battles.
Calamity pulled a sky bus behind him with hip
Oh,
velvet.
yeah.
But so they did have those, but essentially it was just a large skywag. Calamity was only able to pull that by himself because it was enchanted. It had basically like a magic engine in it. But smaller wagons like this, which would have been all they had at the start of the war, could just be pulled by a pig. Bigger stuff wouldn't have come till later. When the Ministry of Arcane Science started figuring shit out. Because that was the thing I remember reading is Calamity found the Sky Bus and was like, holy crap, but the engine wasn't working in it, so he had to fix it.
It looks pretty good with the boxes thrown about.
Yeah.
The lighting's not great on them, but I can worry about that later. Or is it because of this light is hitting it? I think these boxes are just naturally darker. A little bit. Because if I brighten up this box, it's going to brighten up this side, but it's also going to brighten up the top. So not too great on that. Wasn't there a music video with the scene Calamity pulling a wagon bus? He's from the book. He definitely pulled one. So Pegasus are able to pull flying wagons in the TV show. Derpy dropped stuff. Twilight's head from a moving wagon. Twilight arrived in a chariot. Yeah, they definitely had pull wagons.
They can pull smaller wagons without any assistance. It's like a Sky Bus, though, required like special, like magical equipment inside of it. At least in Fallout Equestria. Like, so that wagon, yes, I guess I could pull that.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they probably needed some kind of a gate on the back to not have the stuff fall out of it, but
yes.
All right. Crate wise though, I would think that there would still be some kind of strewn about, even if it's like this, where it's just like ones that are lodged in the ground and or just remnants of whatever.
Making you drink water. How cruel.
You never have enough.
No. Having to go to the bathroom every 10 minutes.
You're the one that's went twice.
Yes, well, that's beer's fault. It's not water's fault, so I can forgive it.
What's the number one chemical in beer?
Good times.
Water.
I'm only on my third.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna grab another in a sec here.
It's almost 9, so yeah. I thought I had to wake up tomorrow morning pretty early, but now I don't.
No game tomorrow?
Nope.
Canceled.
Declan.
Oh, okay.
Because his mom needs him for stuff.
Oh dear.
He did sound rather frustrated. Because he is like a 30-something-year-old man. And he can't play video games with his friends because his mom needs.
Well, if you moved back with your mom,
yeah,
that'd be 100%.
Yeah.
But that ain't happened.
No. Not unless I'm immensely desperate. He probably will outlive me, but... She's got that 90-year-old, like, old lady energy that's gonna just persist.
Wants you to die from dehydration, do we? I am normally pretty well dehydrated. I actually, one day, I drank 2.5 of these, and I still felt like I needed more. But also, I don't eat much. Like, I don't really eat breakfast. I'll maybe eat a lunch and then eat dinner, but I don't snack in between. And if you have less food, you need a lot more water. So, but also on drink nights, that's even more so the case. But yeah, I'm gonna go grab my my third booze.
Okay.
And all that. I
saw that.
I'm a little concerned that. Hold on.
What was that? Nothing.
Making it harder for you.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where the fuck is I? Where do you hide it? Where do you hide Fluttershy? No, where do you hide Fluttershy? You hit her. I need her. There she is. Okay, good. Now we gotta get her over here to do some smooching. Okay. I get this horse. Smooching this other horse. Very important. Just gonna move this horse like this. See, this is the stream we all really want. Pretty sure. I just need to catch a little rainbow dash. You know. I'm smooching right now. Smooch. I'm gonna do this. Smooch. And then like flutters. Smooch. In a bit. There, it got smooching. How y'all doing, Chad? Do you not want to die from dehydrates? You do not. This is true.
I'm British.
British. I'm British. Ooh. So many socks. So many socks. So many socks. So many socks. Abraham. You were gone too long.
You animated it.
You were gone for too long. See what
Well.
happened? You leave and the horses just start smooching. I was sitting here being innocent and stuff. Oh, I was smooching so fast.
Did miss some. I think another hydrate of true scratch.
Zombie Dash is murdering Fluttershy. Hardly. I don't got the bongo heads.
Thank you, Nolan, for the bits. Happy weekend socks.
Weekend socks.
Yes,
Yeah.
weekend socks. Do you have weekend socks?
No. All my socks are dirty except the pair I'm wearing. They're
All I have
technically dirty as well.
All I have is one type of sock, and then I have like thick winter socks, but I never use them. It's not often that I'm at home and need thick socks, and I don't go to bed with socks because that makes my feet too warm
I
and
wear
sticky.
holes in socks so quick. I go through so many socks.
And then true scratch as well.
That's smooching.
I did have, was it this one? My other one,
What
and
about
I
your
just
socks?
put it. Yeah, I had some socks yesterday that had a hole in it, and I think I put them back in the laundry. So
I definitely need to do laundry. That's all I know.
Let me know before you do. Something in the
Did you
laundry
need to do
room we need to
laundry?
double check.
Oh,
So, okay. I think I need to see how you did this. What's going on here, Michael?
smooching is what's happening.
Why was she over here?
I was moving her into position. She's assuming the horse position. She's like, Rainbow Dash, I need smooches.
Assume horse position.
Yes. That is the horse position.
Okay, I think that's. So, did you find where she was, or did you just undo?
I found,
Why didn't you just hit undo?
because I didn't think of that.
I knew you wouldn't. That's why I did it that way. How many bits to see Michael's socks? It's
That's
easy.
a weird question,
Go
Nolan.
go look at all our old podcasts and just watch
No.
Michael pick at his socks for like
I did
4
it
hours.
maybe one time, and Silver called me out.
I think Nolan would know best as to how many sock pickings there was.
There's a hole in my sock. Can you just ignore that? There's a big derp. There's a freaking derpus. You see, during that whole
No,
smooching
no
thing, nobody said no
smooching.
smooching until just now.
It was 2 times.
And there no.
No, it was,
everybody wanted
it was more than 2
smooching.
times. I after one of you mentioned it, I started watching and I'm like, oh my god, he does it like 3 times a recording.
I didn't think my feet were in the shot.
Oh
Why are you
were.
recording my feet?
No, because there's no way that even on a widescreen, there's no way that I can get it zoomed in enough that's gonna have all of us in there without too much of one thing or another. So it goes a little lower.
Why are they grandpa socks? I wear one kind of sock. This sock
With a foot.
is a foot.
Big white grandpa socks.
They're not grandpa socks.
Well, he's got gray socks. He doesn't have white socks.
It's because I mix my whites and my colored socks. And
Wow,
clothes.
Michael.
What?
Thought we were over this. I don't know. DEI's dead, so you know, whatever. Okay, wagon back there, wagon over there. Some boxes over there. Really hard to see what these are. The grass kind of gets not whatever, but that's kind of fine. Okay, you said stuff on fire. Fire's a little bit more interesting because what's on fire?
It would just be some old log or something.
But
Or a sky wagon.
any fire I load is going to be a single thing of fire, like a bonfire. So if I need the fire to be covering an area,
To have any fires? I mean, it did just rain, so there might not be a lot in the way of fire.
it really depending on the fire, even rain wouldn't stop it.
I don't think they're using napalm.
Smoke. Like,
You'd have stuff smoldering, you know.
yeah, that I could see. At least dark smoke is easier. We'll see.
Now there'd be no like fallout yet.
Where would it get good smoke?
The shop across the street.
They're not bad.
Hmm?
They're not bad.
You know.
They have a large cigar selection. Very large. It's Dota might, but it's going to be based on an isometric perspective, so it might not work great. TF2s are going to be kind of cartoony. I have the Black Mesa stuff. I can see if there's any in there.
There's probably some decent smoke. It's like smoke signals. almost, but maybe no. Something that would work. That's like a fog almost.
Yeah, no, that's not going to be what I need. And that's like exhaust from a launcher.
Kind of like that third one.
Yeah, but that's not
Blowing in the wind.
No, this is more like a cigar. This is a small amount of smoke, not a large amount. Larger smoke would be poofier. Fallout fire. There's a workshop of fire. It's fire is one thing, but we're looking for smoke, like smoldering smoke.
Mostly recovered. Smoked. And
that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, weird. That's like inconsistent.
That's pretty good, but it is kind of shooting at an angle weirdly. Oh, that's actually a really good fire. I need to remember that for
No, that's a good one.
a smoke that kind of is just going very wide. And I think it's built for being very wide. I would rather take this one.
That's a car exhaust.
But the car would be this big.
That's just burning oil like mad.
Yeah, but if I were to get rid of some of these little like shootouts here,
Yeah.
keep this one.
That's like an oil fire though.
I know, but I can change it, slow it down,
Yeah.
get rid of, make it a little bit more transparent. I think this one has more potential. Okay, so this is the main one. That's with the fire on it. So this is the main one, I think. Then this is a child. This is a child.
He's burning children.
So I'm gonna go with Helicliff Smoketail. No, it was Black Waste. Articles. Fire.
Oh no, the kids.
Okay, I want to be able to tell. What's going on with this? The problem with one like this, and this would be the case with any, is something that takes time to extend. I need to make sure it's backtracked far enough that it's already at close to its end point when the bit starts. So tail is, I think the long portion is this one. This is just some of the like whatever bits. We don't want that one. Yeah, now I'm just getting the shoot one. Okay.
I'm gonna get one more drink. All right, back.
All right. So moving basic, we want to have this go up only. So that's one of the ups, or the sideways gone. There's going to be position with the sphere probably has, oh, those are just up and downs. Plus the noise. There we go. Okay. Radius random. min max, so that's not much of a difference. The scale is probably where it's big. Start and end, we don't want to go in that big. Go to 128. Okay, let's do a bit slower on the gravity. The radius scale is still a little high for that. I also think it's popping it up too fast. This I have to be careful of because you can see as you rotate and change, it changes kind of what texture's in the front, and that can cause that popping look. And then alpha random, it says 100 to 150. What if I did 50 to 75? That's pretty decent. Radius scale starts at 16. What if I start at 8? So the one difficulty here is because it's accelerating. It's only 6.5.
Still pretty high.
5 to me. 5 is the
Bare minimum for beer.
no. You get 4. But 5 is to me a good percentage. Anything above 8 is where it starts getting outside the range I prefer. How's that look, Michael?
Pretty good for no wind.
There's not going to be any wind.
Remember when I made my version of the Bring Out Your Dead video? I had the Minecraft fire, and Applejack threw pear butter onto the cart after doing a spin.
Sure. That volumetric might cause a problem.
And volumetric keeps causing a problem.
Volumetrics are
what do you have
always
going on back there?
the volumetrics are to create depth. They
You
almost
were having a problem with the trees before.
that was an easy fix. This is
No, this is supposed to be transparent, or at least partially. Smoke.
volumetrics are always a bane. With how I'm using the volumetrics, I might be able to get away with using the same trick, but just kind of like water down a little bit as I used from the last video. Just make it a model.
Rereading some of these comments again. Really like the work you did on the facial anime.
Yes, actually, that was probably the biggest compliment I saw on a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Was that the facial stuff looked really good.
I'm glad I could
But I
sit
did
here
put
and
the
drink
time into
beer.
it, so to make it so that it was as good as possible.
I don't know. I was drinking while you did it. Or being ill. One of the two.
I think the hardest part about it was the accent, though.
The British accent or just jongleese?
Just accent.
Yeah.
Anytime you have an accent, it's no longer about how do those words sound. It's how do those sounds sound.
Yeah.
Because like when he says oi compared to oi, or like because there's oi but then there's oi, so like you got to have a lot more oomph to the mouth there, and just everything that they said had a lot more like to it, and that is a hard visual to do. No, I didn't do that. Okay, so those are all gone. This is just a standard cloud model. If I were to shove this, say, like, so the problem with doing it this way is that technically these two, very close, but they, because of how the volumetric works, they would show the difference between them. It's not going to do that now. Also, I have to make sure I actually get between these models, or it's not going to quite work.
What's this comment? I just love Derpy being poked by sticks.
Remember
It
at the
isn't doing
beginning?
anything about it. Yes, I'm wondering why somebody loves it. It was the worst part of the video. 0 out of 10.
You want me to delete it?
This part where Derpy, they should be hugging Derpy. Redo it. Re-upload.
You should be hugging Derpy.
Yes. Correct.
Why? What does she do?
She's adorable. Why wouldn't you hug Derpy?
So like this kind of
Everyone
works,
agrees.
and I could make it work, but it's just this little bit up here.
Throw that bit up there.
It's
Rises.
no, this isn't for smoke. This is for background
Oh.
stuff. I'm trying to create that fog stuff, like recreate it a little. I say poke Derpy with sticks some more.
No. See, you're.
I like the cut on this man's jib.
No.
Cheers.
I like your jib. Show me your jibs. No, that man's a plant, and the nefarious wanted that. Nobody wants to see poked Derpy.
Because my concern with doing this one is it does add a little bit of a dark smoke to the top. But if I do it this bright, it does seem to work. So if I go to, let's say, here, because I think that's there. If I can do these models and make these models look really good, that just saves on some efficiency. A few models is way more efficient than any what do you call it? Any volumetric light.
Oh, Macca really commented on your video.
Who?
The guy who do macaroni pony.
Who?
Oh, me, chat. You know the guy, Macca? He does a lot of pony animations.
You're just making up words now.
No, Diagonal Twix.
Who?
Diagonal Twix! Me and you are gonna have to sit down and watch pony animation.
I haven't weirdly watched anything horse in a while. I forgot that I put out something
smooching.
1 month and it was in the top 10 because at this point if I make anything it's gonna be in the top 10. And
Wow.
because there's just not that many people, there's not that many
there's a fair
veterans
bit.
left anymore.
I guess not like old people.
Yeah, and because of that, I have a large enough following that when I do put out something, it just kind of gets defaulted on there. I forgot where I was going with that anyway. I need to.
Well, gosh darn, that's one Diagonal Twix. Yeah, I love that.
Oh, okay. I remember that animation.
Yes, that was Maka.
But did they make that audio or they just
no, they
animate
made
it?
that audio. Yeah.
Oh, they made the audio too.
Yeah, and other people made videos based on that audio.
Okay, then kudos to that. A lot of
Yeah.
times it's like, oh, we just put pony video on top of somebody else's audio, but no, kudos on that. That was pretty funny.
That's one Diagonal Twix. Oh gosh damn. Thank you, bye. That's not possible. Mamma mia, it's me and macaroni.
I did.
The Maka puts out a video like every month. It's kind of insane. He has like 2013 pony posting energy.
Yeah, I don't have that anymore.
Yeah. Oh, we just gotta hit you harder.
Okay. So
this is my fourth beer.
if I do that and then I do like 0.3.
I think my favorite video of his is the one where it's based on a comic, but the one where he's Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash is showing her bedroom to Fluttershy.
Ketchup.
Yes. I got 2 whole packs of ketchup. How does that sound? Bad. I love that. We watched Borak on my PlayStation 2.
Was there something about like, oh my gosh, she's so hot? And there one too.
She's just like freaking out because she thinks she's cringe horse. So cringe horse.
But then Fluttershy was like, oh my gosh, she's so hot.
Yeah. Well, that was the same like comic makers. Or yeah, it was where Rainbow Dash was playing with like 2 Optimus Primes, like, and the movies wouldn't have 2 Optimus Primuses. So my version is better, and Twilight's just like, oh my God, so hot. That was Maka, yeah. It just like 2 Optimus Primuses.
Too blue.
You have seen
I've seen things from
Maka.
but it's only because you and Giz post a lot of things.
Watch them.
I'll go through horse chat sometimes, but I really just kind of skim for comics because I just don't care about anything else.
I have to post more comics.
Okay, so this is too dim. I think I'm gonna just instead do this based on alpha. Oh yeah, that was.
I think Maka's mostly just upset it doesn't have Sparky in there, and that you didn't also kill Sparky.
That's a good.
You should have also killed Sparky.
But wait, no, so you're saying is he commented on the video?
Yeah, he commented on your video.
That's cool.
3 hours ago. And then he edited the comment.
Apparently he heard us say this just now, and he's like, this guy fucking sucks. He doesn't know who I am.
Piece of shit.
No, I think it's only been like in my entire YouTube anything, like maybe 2 or 3 times that somebody has commented and that commenter maybe go, whoa, that person commented, that's neat. Tom Spiegel's one of them because he just was become a meme.
Yes.
But still the one that I remember, so remember the 3rd time. Other one was on the Rathalos account when I had the Xbox official Twitter account respond to me, and then I burned them hard.
Yeah.
Because it said something about like Rathalos being angry about something, and the actual like at Xbox account says, Rathalos, you shouldn't run from your feelings. And so I tweeted, yes, I can. And then a screenshot from the game that says Rathalos has left the locale. And I got so many people saying, oh my God, burn. And so there's that one. But the other one was Little Karibo retweeting something saying you all have to watch this. And it was for the Alishai stuff. Yeah. Like that was also really cool. And that also because I went from like having a few tweets to suddenly an explosion of tweets. I was like, what happened in Little Karibo? So, so that was also really cool.
They're trying real hard to like revive 4-star. They're just having a hard time getting everybody together. They did a bunch of like shorts, EBZ shorts recently. Because there's like a group of there's like a weird thing with Team 4-Star where there's some of them want to keep doing it and some of them have left, but they need all of them to really keep doing it.
Yeah, I can see I can see that. They were kind of like a crew.
Yeah.
And I think certain group members could keep it going on their own, but would it be the same?
It's about getting all the voices back too and the writers. Because they were talking about doing the Boo Saga, but they just couldn't keep it together. They were talking about doing it.
Would they be allowed to?
Well, I mean, they got away with doing every other saga beforehand.
Yes, but who was it that was allowing them to?
It was Akira Toriyama.
And
he's dead. So
yes.
I would like to think there's somebody there who would like to keep his memory alive by continuing to allow them. But it's up in the air. Who knows?
I wouldn't say it'd be a guarantee though.
Well, it wasn't a guarantee initially. Akira Toriyama just kept saving them.
Yeah, but you know, your savior is gone now. Moonbase Alpha.
I like old women.
John Madden. Here comes another Chinese earthquake. Wow, 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 wow. I miss Moonbase Alpha. That actually got me to play Moonbase Alpha.
That is probably like the birth of the memes that Adam now shows me on a regular basis. So I can't like it. I feel like it started something awful. It's just nonsense. I think what was kind of unique about that one, though, is that it was really hard to actually make that happen in that game.
To do some of those like sound effects that they did, you had to actually
like programming.
You had to like tell it certain tone changes and everything. Yeah, it was actually kind of a lot of work. And it was cool that the software had it, though. Yes. And to their benefit, it probably worked out because I bet you more people picked up that title because of that than anything else.
I can't say I played that one.
Moonbase Alpha?
Never played that one.
I only played it because of the memes.
Oh, these meme lords I'm surrounded by. Really tragic. In my hand, they're just crying.
Now, I believe it was a free game, though, because it was like made by NASA.
Was it really?
Yeah. I believe it's still on Steam. I bet you it is.
To the arc.
Yeah, still free.
Yeah.
For myself. 90%. For a free game? It was actually kind of neat and touch a little bit about space.
Yeah. Space.
I was going to say I had 70 hours. What? No, that's not how many games I had.
Well, I was going to say you have 70 hours in that game? Must have really liked it. That was points.
No. It probably as a free game was no longer listed. For me.
Meme prince? If they're meme lords, I'm a meme prince. I don't even want to be that associated. Memes only interest me if they involve horse. Or I'm shallow, but at least I know that I'm supposed to be in the kiddie pool. Like a hot tub. Horse memes are so mean. Yes, but the difference is they have horse, so it's okay.
And depending on the meme, most horse memes are just kind of like other memes that are horseified.
Yeah.
Because that's most of what Adam does. Adam is this is a popular meme, so I'm just going to take that meme and modify it to something that I like or do. But he fairly rarely makes something original.
Yeah, I don't care if he did horse thing again. I'd be so happy. I don't care if it's like some stupid random meme that makes no sense. I'd just be happy for the horse. And generally, like, Anthology gets him to make something, but I don't think he's made anything for it.
Neither I.
He would have really liked that Monty Python bit.
Yeah. Well, I think that bit is too long for Anthology.
He would have taken it.
Oh yeah, he would have, but he'll just take anything I send him. Like when I talked to him once for Jay Holler in regards to Anthology stuff, there was some rules that were put in place because of shorts coming in that were a little too long, and
I think I know which one.
And they put some rules in place as to how long your shorts can be, and I'm like, well, I might have one that's like a minute. He goes, oh, you don't have to worry about that. You're exempt from that rule.
This wasn't for you.
I'm like, yeah, okay, I kind of understand that from when you look at the situation, but still, it's I don't like having exemptions. Usually it ends up
we know who that was made for,
and they know that they kind of effed up, so it's more of
like when people start checking their phones during Anthology, you know you effed up.
If you're unsure if something would be allowed, you check about it first instead of making something that's 10 minutes long and then submitting it, because now it's a guilt trip on the person you're submitting it to. If they don't take it, then what do you do with it?
Yeah. I didn't see horses on the screen for a while in a horse anthology. Upsetting.
Margot's horse royalty. No, it's more of, well, he knows I'm not going to make a 10-minute short. And if I make something that's a minute long, like I would not make a short that's a minute long for Anthology. That's just not how Anthology works to me. If I was going to make a short that's a minute long, I would make like 10 6-second shorts that all connect to each other and have them split up to make a running gag out of it. Having a 1-minute gag in the middle of something that already is meant for like quick cuts for stuff, it just doesn't work.
If it's quality, it works.
If it's quality, it works, but you still have to have it. It has to have like constant energy, and it has to have like changing themes as it's going. And it just, you don't want to have anything going too long. The Anthology is to me the best where you have this mix of like energy and comedy and then back to energy. And like, I like the randomness of it.
Yeah.
And I would never make something like that. I would think the longest short I would really ever make for Anthology was probably the one I already did, like the Better Call Saul short. I really don't even consider that an Anthology short, but it was Jay's idea, so I, whatever, I was on with it. Okay, so if I put these lights back on,
I'm assuming he's going to show something at Babs. I'm looking forward to that.
There is an Anthology panel, yes. They made the schedule public yet?
I have no idea. All I know is that I got time off work. The flight's handled. I hope hotel's handled. Fingers crossed.
Jurassic's never failed this before.
I don't know if he's ever set it up before.
Schedule's not public yet, which is, it's kind of feeling Charlie Con-ish, but
I just need the horse.
They sent me the schedule. I haven't even looked at it though.
But then the schedule's ready. Why aren't they posting it to everyone else?
I'm not even all I care. Oh no, because in case of last minute changes, they're trying to be flexible for everybody. Where Charlie Cons instead will just send it to community guests, but even tell them that this is basically locked down unless you can like work with somebody to swap. Where BabsCon was actually being flexible to where they were adjusting things if people needed for anything.
Yeah.
But I feel like the fog that's right up here, the closest one. If I make the fog too thick, right at the edge of that like land area, it's going to cause issues with the transition from the fog to land because there's no fog on the land.
Well, yes, it kind of feels like, oh, it's because the mountains are there. There's fog at all.
Yeah,
And it's
but
against that. It's against the mountain.
I can put fog in the actual like land area in here and transition it a bit more smoothly.
It is kind of crazy. I was driving, well, not recently, maybe a few months
I'm
back,
British.
driving through the Appalachian Mountains, and it's crazy what the cutoff for fog is, depending on like the area. The mountains just build fog. It's kind of neat.
Appalachian Mountain fog is gorgeous. That when I went through Pennsylvania at like 7 in the morning, with the sun rising and the fog, like the low clouds were lifting up from the mountains, it was super pretty. Appalachians are absolutely gorgeous when it comes to that stuff, for sure.
I was in the mountains twice last year. Not for the happiest reasons, but the mountains are quite beautiful.
Oh yeah, I loved Pennsylvania and the mountains there. So yeah, I can agree. It is a very, very pretty area.
It's where my grandparents grew up.
If only it wasn't so much oxy.
They don't have a lot to do up there. The communities I spent a lot of time in recently, it is desolate. There's like nothing, and then one doctor's office that just is packed full of oxy. Now entertained.
You got nothing else to do?
Let's just get high.
Correction. A little better. So the idea is we're making fog.
I think that's something I've learned about growing up in like rural America, is that rural America will complain about drugs and crime in cities, but at the end of the day, it's just more compact in cities. But they'll be doing it while they're actively just like, so let's go to your friend's place because he's got shrooms in his barn. Fun.
Wait, you went to the barns?
I never did shrooms. It was always my friends who did shrooms. I never touched them. I was too much of a coward. I mean, a good boy.
From everything I've heard about shrooms, it's if the trip is dependent on who you're with and the mood you're in, and if a bad trip starts, you're just fucked. I had one friend that had done that, or was in his list of things he would do. Other than that, I don't know of anybody else that did anything. Well, okay, so I know I had a bunch of people I knew that did weed, but
That's not that surprising at this point.
yeah, but there was some coworkers that I used to know way back that did coke, but they didn't do it like religiously. They just
pretty extreme.
Yeah, they would just do it as like a here and there thing. But I only learned about that much later after I knew them. It never got asked, and that's fine, because that is not something I plan to ever do. Now it looks nice. That transition looks really good.
It is clean.
Yeah, now it looks really clean. It just needed some kind of a multiple fog layers. And now, only 80 models with that too. That's not even that bad. Now it is zero volumetrics that are needed. I'm going to keep it around.
Did you make Big Mac and Apple Snack invisible because you were afraid I'd make them smooth? Oh no, they are.
Why would you
I
ever
don't-
smooch them, Michael?
I would not smooch those horses.
Yeah, like I'm not afraid of. If I made a full scene of stallions and I walked away, the worst I'd be coming back to is you just setting them on fire.
Yeah, either setting on fire or just importing mares so that there could be good smooching.
Okay, now
Everybody's gonna be wearing.
here's the test, Michael.
Everyone's gonna be wearing.
The smoke works.
It does.
Oh wait.
Oh, it works. It's working.
Okay, yeah, it is. That was a little bit like light right there,
That's just where it's kind of breaking up.
but that is fine. So if I put this like back here, it's a little bit high contrast still, but I think that I could just lighten it up.
I think it's just that the fact that it's indicating there's zero wind whatsoever that's throwing me off a little bit. But that's just this particular animation.
Well, I think if I set this to 25,
A fire is going to generate some wind. Is what my
maybe,
thought
but then I
is.
have to deal
Heat.
with wind, if in some way. If I do 25, 50, and I can add something like that. If I just put like say a 10 here,
It should be moving
voila,
a
now you
little
have
bit.
wind.
Okay, I like that more.
I don't know if I'd like it to go in that direction. No, I'd probably prefer it to go that direction.
Michael's idea of a hot stallion. It's a stallion, but also a magic girl.
No, he was saying when you set him on fire.
Oh yes, on fire.
Like it wasn't a question.
Not
He
ma-
literally showed a stallion with fire.
Not magic girl stallion. Okay.
The other thing too, no, I guess it is evenly lit, so smoke wouldn't cause a shadow. What was I thinking? Oh, the stack could probably die a little quicker. Lifetime random. Here we go. So it's set to live within anywhere from 6 to 7 seconds. What if I went from 4 to 9 seconds? It should cause a larger fade off range. Yeah. Now it just kind of fades off. The other one is it goes anywhere from black to kind of a brownish, which probably means color random. Yeah, we don't want brownish. We want bluish.
As we approach the end of the stream, does anybody want to tell me about their week that hasn't had a chance yet? I want all the story. I haven't been able to ask for a while without going into a coughing fit. So
Anybody got plans for the weekend?
I got wood.
I'm
I have to deal
doing.
with.
I want to do some stuff today, but I kind of slept weird on my neck, so it's a little stiff, and I didn't want to work it today. I'd rather do it tomorrow then.
He's definitely a 40-year-old man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fire pit clean out and getting that one tree down, which you're probably gonna help with in some
Well,
way.
that's what I'm planning on doing tomorrow.
That one that's like rotted and fell down.
Yeah.
That's not gonna take that long. It's
No.
already partially fell down.
Yeah, that's the primary one.
I thought you were gonna get some of the chopped up wood up over there. Because if we have a fire pit, we're gonna need chopped up wood.
Yeah, I can chop some wood.
Okay. I was just letting you know ahead of time.
Yeah, no.
Um,
I'm gonna do both.
Some dude in Discord keeps sneezing and saying he's coughing instead. I think he's lying. I think that's
Every
weird.
time I cough in Discord, it's like, that's a sneeze. I'm like, no, it's never been a sneeze. Not once. Maybe once or twice, but not often. Just can't tell the difference. Crazy, I think.
But other than that, I want to definitely make some more progress in Final Fantasy Rebirth. I'm very much liking Final Fantasy Rebirth.
I did kind of want to join you guys for Monster Hunter yesterday, but I also am really enjoying Planet Crafter.
That's fine. I only jumped on for like Kyle was on for a little bit, and there's the new content, and I at least wanted to check out the new content. But it was like Mitsuzune, and then the new hub and some new challenge quests. But the new challenge quests are just kind of the same thing. They added one more difficult monster. They said they're gonna add another level of difficulty, but it was for one monster. So yeah. So yeah, I'm not too
I
worried.
haven't even fought all the monsters in the base game. Because you don't even get to fight like Rathian and stuff until after you finish the base game. I got licked by the big derp.
Behave, Michael.
That's the thing about the Monster Hunter games. Like, you finish the game and you haven't actually finished the game. Do the main story, and then there's like a whole other, like, half of the game left. But you're well past all of it. You're just like,
I've 100%ed it. I even went the extra mile and did all the crowns, not crayons, which took me a lot of time to do, but I was able to get all of them. So I got what is the name of the achievement? Something Eastward Wings achievement.
2.3%.
Yeah, it was just because if you look at the achievements for how many people have gotten anything, it's miniature crown and gold crown for many monsters, because these just take forever. It feels like you're doing great at the beginning because you have like 26 monsters to get crowns from. So anywhere you run into, you have a potential. But once you get down to like 2 or 3,
Yeah,
now
it's a grind.
It's a grind because you have to do a full reset of the map if it's like a Apex monster, and then if it's not, or if it's an Apex, the fastest way I ended up finding it is just jump into random SOSs that are halfway through and hope that there's a crown. And I got really lucky and was able to get my last 4 in one evening. When those last 4, it took me like a week to potentially even find any.
You installed a USB cooling fan
hours.
onto your laptop, huh, Sunset? I feel like if you need to do that, either the laptop was designed poorly or you need to just like open it up and clean it out. I've definitely run across laptops that need that under cooling pad, but it feels like if you need that, something's wrong.
I've heard that laptops already built for pretty much worst case. So if you need a cooling plate underneath it, something is otherwise wrong. And most of the time you're just trying to shove air at something that is already trying to pull in air, and then you could fight it a little bit. And yeah, I've never had any problem with anything like that.
I kind of get it, because sometimes like laptops, I don't like laptops because everything in them is so freaking delicate and breaks so freaking. If I was to have a laptop, it would only be for like really low end stuff and maybe as a portable media. I'm just not a laptop fan. I feel like you can get a lot more bang for your buck on a PC.
Until the Steam Deck, I would say laptops do have their uses for people that are moving around a lot or traveling, or don't have as much of a permanent desk set up and they want ability to move around. You can get some good like gaming laptops, but because of the Steam Deck, it definitely makes it so that if you want a mobile gaming setup, that works really well. A good gaming laptop is going to do better than Steam Deck, but it's going to cost you 5 times, 6 times, maybe even more. A Steam Deck is going to get you most of the way there. And then if you want somewhere to like plug into a TV, like a laptop potentially could, the Steam Deck can do it too.
Can Steam Deck do Plex? Actually,
it can run maybe
cool if it could do Plex.
Maybe because you can go to a desktop, and whether or not you can install Plex on it, it's a Linux. So it's if Plex can run Linux, yes. But in the end, if you can go to the browser in the desktop mode, the browser can open Plex, and then you can play it through there.
Because of course we need Plex for the con, so we can just play Pony the whole time we're there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the Steam Deck there with my dock and everything.
We're gonna need maximum Pony at the con. No more of this showing up to a Pony con and watching Bluey.
What's wrong with Bluey?
Crap.
Bluey's
There's nothing
good.
wrong with Bluey, but I'm at a Pony con.
There's nothing wrong with Bluey, but shoot that dog. What's good?
Euthanize that mutt. So much Bluey hate.
So okay, so even at negative 10 seconds, I don't think that this is enough to get it fully extended. I think the smoke hits its peak
There are a lot of
right
dead
about
cats
there.
in my
So we're talking
dreams.
13 seconds. But I don't know if you can actually backtrack 13 seconds. Even if you can't, there's ways around it.
We spent the entire con watching Bluey.
I enjoyed it.
It was fine. I've seen all of Bluey at this point. No, there are new mini episodes out that I haven't watched.
Okay, so because I'm kind of looking at this smoke here, this one, and you can tell that the smoke's kind of hitting the top of the tree up here.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go back far enough, at about this point, you can tell that it starts backtracking, and it's not getting the top, which means even at 13 seconds, it's only probably going back maybe -5 seconds.
Just don't start your animation until the point where the smoke's where you want it.
That's exactly what you do.
Yeah.
You just pre-render it by however many seconds to let it run. I've had to do that before on plenty of others. So it will mean I'm gonna say by 10 seconds just to be safe. So okay. That's just my note because I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember it in the future. So but that is the solution if you have a particle effect that does have to be back timed more than it allows, just pre-render it.
Your AI language model, watch Bluey anyway.
Oh, you have a salty attitude. As an AI language model, I do not have the ability to watch Bluey. I do not possess a physical form to do so. You can still watch the zeros and ones.
Bluey is cute. It's not.
Bluey, I wouldn't even say it's cute. Bluey is wholesome.
Yes.
Like even more so than probably horses.
Much more so.
It has some very good, like the dream episode, and I love the one where they're on the water side and the whole thing's just like literally like Mario Brothers on the same camera angle. Like, I think that they're just very creative in how they tell things. The fact that they got actual kids doing the voices.
I still think a lich needs to like show up to the world of Bluey and just really shake things up. That's the only problem. I like Bluey. It's very, very wholesome. It just doesn't have a lot going on past being wholesome, which is great if you're just looking for something to like watch and just smile at. But it doesn't have a lot of depth. But that's fine. It's not supposed to. It's just supposed to be a family.
Yeah. And that's fine. That's
being
why,
happy.
But that's why the episodes are great being as short as they are. Because if the episodes were longer, it'd be a little bit more of like, wow, I don't care. But
like Pony and Bluey are two very different shows. I do like Pony more for a multitude of reasons, not just because they're cute.
more porn.
No. I do think Bluey has benefited on a general social level by not being porn heavy. I don't think it is. Hope not.
Have you looked for Bluey
I
Baru?
haven't, but I'm really hoping that it doesn't.
You should go and definitely Google it.
I don't want to Google it.
Turn off safe search, Michael.
I have zero interest. Anthro is weird. But and they also have like box butts. That's not.
It is a little weird, yes.
I'm like, I legit try to figure out like the biology of the, like some of the dogs in that show.
Don't try.
Because it's like their stomachs
Michael,
like go under
Michael,
where their butts are.
You're gonna hurt yourself.
It's a mess. I think they're Lego monsters.
Secretly, Bluey is funded by Lego.
Yes, they're Lego all along. That's why they're square dogs. Bluey's very wholesome though. I think that's what it's got going for him more than anything else. The character designs are in my opinion. But the stories and the wholesomeness.
Voice
really
acting
carry
is
it.
voice acting is great, and the storytelling is great, and or the writing is great, the voice acting is great, and then the way they use camera work and stuff to play, because they've had whole episodes where there was no speaking. The rain episode had no words.
It's very relatable, I think,
and
in
it's
a lot
just
of ways.
some of it is just
Childhood related.
No, it's just wholesome. Sometimes it's just nice to watch wholesome stuff, especially in how crazy our world is. To have something that's that wholesome and having as many people attached to it as they have. My concern though is that Bluey being as successful it is means that they're marketing the hell out of it.
They're not just marketing it. The government's like printing
because what else does Australia have? So
Crocodile Dundee.
But if you, it's going to just incentivize others to try to replicate and duplicate and do the same thing themselves, but then do it in such a way as to try to market it even heavier. And it's because you're going to get these things that are attempting to be wholesome, but in the end are just being money grabbing schemes.
Can you imagine if I just started putting ponies on their money? That would have been amazing.
Or, if Minnesota did. Minnesota money.
Minnesota pony money? Oh no, he's beep booping at us. Beep boop.
I think it says stallions are cute.
Oh, it's lies. Slander. When did you make the water brown?
I'm probably going to change it a little bit after I had modified the lighting. I'm not really liking
when you
it.
look at the lighting on the other, before you change it, it was straight up brown.
Yeah. But I did some different changes for the lighting and I'm not quite sure if I like it as it is now. I do want to, cause you can see, this area going down here and there's no boards down here. There should be some boards over here.
One cool thing right now is that I've kind of been hating on Care Bears.
Well, you've been hating on Care Bears for a while.
Yeah, but now they're not going to be affordable anymore because those things were all coming out of. Watch the whole thing on it.
You've been getting so much stuff from China, though.
Yeah, that's probably gonna slow down. Hey, I really wanted that smug rainbow dash that Giz has. It was so cute.
Well, like the cheap one that was also well, actually, it wasn't very cheap. I would say it's actually really nice.
Yeah, it was nice. And she was so like grumpy.
Don't like that every one of these has like the boards looking the same. I want to try to change up at least some of them to look a little different.
All I'm reading is beep boop. You're back, Jurassic. We were just talking about ponies. Would you believe it? Jurassic, do you agree that once we get into the room, we have to turn on ponies onto the television in there and just leave it running forever?
Yeah, that looks much better. Now you can actually see the boards running. I
want to make sure this happens to avoid like some other show.
All right, I think we're done here.
Or hear me out. No, wait. No, what are you doing?
Yeah, we added a lot of boards. We fixed the water. We added a couple
extra
horses.
Jurassic! How dare you? I feel like you heard our previous conversation, and now I can't be your friend anymore.
You know what? Flight canceled.
Trip canceled. Bluey. You might as well put on Paw Patrol. You're loving dogs.
Oh, okay.
No.
Which would you rather watch?
Bluey.
Well, there you go. You like Bluey.
No, I hate Bluey less than Paw Patrol. I've seen all of Bluey. It's fine. It's wholesome. It's nice.
So Michael.
Yeah.
I haven't seen all of Bluey. So what does that say about you?
It's that you like ponies more than even me.
I haven't seen all of Pony.
I know. What is up with that? It's like everyone I know won't watch like the last season of Pony because if they watch it, they know it's over.
No, because I just don't care enough.
No, you have to watch. The only thing you haven't seen is the memory episodes.
I haven't seen a lot of about half of Gen 5 I haven't seen. Especially those like short ones or whatever, the 2D ones.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of
I
those.
don't give a crap if you haven't watched G5.
The only one I want to see of the like the 2Ds is I haven't seen the one where
Hitchy-poo?
she's Hitchy-poo, where she's in the box.
That's a good episode.
And
That's
like I just love
good episode.
what's wrong, Hitchy-poo?
What's wrong, Hitchy-poo? She's just in a box and she's like fine with it.
Yeah, I can fit. I'll finish this up, but this is the last I'm gonna
He
have
has
to
to
do.
finish it before stream. He can't end stream until he finishes it. I finished my beer. just
It was
now.
the Honey's Honey. I don't like that stuff.
Oh wow, that wasn't even whiskey coke.
No, that was beer.
Big Jerb.
Honey's Honey is just it's very smooth, it's very rich. I especially if you get it out of a tap, which is gonna be rare, it kind of tastes like cereal milk. Like if you had like a
Ghost fact.
like I would say like if you had Cocoa Krispies in a bowl for a while and let it kind of soak up in the milk, kind of gives me that a little bit. Give you a ghost fact.
Here's your ghost fact. Your ghost fact is that if you want to chase a ghost away, the best method is to microwave fish. If you microwave fish, it'll get rid of ghosts and coworkers. Like they will be upset with you and they will leave the room. So that's a good ghost ridding
Bathroom.
tactic.
A lot of people on
Just
tonight.
microwave fish.
Jay's on playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, but but he kind of misses that chat
He
most of the time.
does.
Cloudy Pegasus is on
Oh,
playing
cool
Dyson
horse.
Sphere. Cosmic Keyframe is
Dyson
on
Sphere
Bad
sounds
Movie
fun.
Night. If they're doing a movie, probably not. So Final Fantasy 16, I wanted to see where Paleo is at in the game, but apparently he's at bathroom,
Pooping.
so I can't really get that figured out. 2 Point Museum, that's Fiora. Something like either Aurora or Cloudy Pegasus.
Is it Cloudy Pegasus?
Cloudy Pegasus is they're doing art, letting my mind wander.
That's
doing-
Aurora
They're
Fang.
doing a horse.
That's Aurora Fang. That's not Cloudy Pegasus.
No, they're saying. Oh, they're saying they're drawing a horse though. So
They are drawing horse.
Dyson Sphere is a game that I kind of want to get.
It's one that interests me a little bit.
Elco's over
You know?
there. It's been the last item on my wish list because I kind of want it, but also don't, and I'm not sure if I want to keep it. So, yeah, we'll head over. Oh, microwave fish. Is that an actual person? I don't know.
Well, no. I'm saying you got to microwave fish. Type in microwave fish.
No, I'm not sure. I want to just rate somebody called microwave fish.
He paid for it though.
I'm gonna get back. He's just bullshitting, and normally he says like Michael's butt. You know, I have to give him his points back, his views in the system. We get over there because I'm kind of curious on that a little bit. Let me watch for a little bit because I'm not sure if
I'm curious on the game. You know?
it looks neat. It's basically like Factorio where you can take over the whole planet, which is kind of cool.
That's why I like Black Factor. Because you're terraforming the whole.
Anyways, thank you to FCTV, GNHB, and Stanley Stallion 2 for the follows, and thank you to Nolan for the 125.
Cheers.
It's 125.
And it's
yes,
charging
125 bits.
with the
And
resub.
yes, and thank you to Charging for 50 months, especially. And thank you to Clatter. I don't remember how many you have. 14.
That's a lot.
Yes, very big number. Thank you very much.
Jesus.
We'll be back on Sunday. Probably going to finish Split Fiction.
I feel like we need another backup.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to figure out what a potential backup would be.
Jackbox.
No, actually it's Jackbox this weekend.
Well, there you go.
So it doesn't matter. It's Jackbox this weekend. So we'll do Split Fiction the week after. So I do have to figure out what our next game's gonna be though.
Yeah.
But anyways, everybody have a good weekend, and we'll see you on Sunday.
We'll see you.
Jackbox.
I like that the cheese stash upstairs has a school trying to steal her cheese now.
Oh no.
You know.